Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Today is June 15th, 2026. The 14th meeting of the 27th Council will come to order. Is the sound really odd? There's a computer that has the sound. Okay, thank you so much. I kept hearing the echo. All councilors are present this evening, with Councilor Tejas joining us via Zoom, and Councilor Lewis will be here shortly. So we'll start off with a moment of silence, followed by the pledge. Please join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance. So now, Vice President Champagne.
Madam President, thank you. Just a quick announcement. I had the distinct pleasure today, and this is kind of an explanation of why I'm wearing this today, but I had the distinct pleasure to meet with 10 international visitors from Mongolia. In fact, the three Western provinces, they have 21 provinces, the three Western provinces, there was delegates from their government. I got to sit down and chat with them for an hour or two and learn more about their system of government and discuss ours. And I was so honored when they, at the end of the conversation, they presented me with this hat, so I get to wear it tonight. So that's why I'm wearing it. Now down to business. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from the council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, and computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to the decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceeding to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applauding or snapping or other outbursts during the meeting. The president will provide one warning to anyone causing a disruption. Upon the second or continued disruption, that individual will be asked to leave the chambers, and if necessary, security will be asked to escort that person out of the chambers. Such removal from the City Council chambers will be effective for the remainder of this meeting. If continued disruptions occur, the president may recess the meeting until order is restored and, if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in that disturbance. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are respectful of one another. Tonight, City Council staff has received over 80 public comment signups for tonight's meeting. So pursuant to the council rules, public comment time will be reduced from 2 minutes to 1 minute to allow everybody to speak. Please begin editing your comments to fit within this time frame now. With that being said, councilors, do we have any questions for the administration? Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. My first set of questions are for the Triple H Department, Gilbert Ramirez.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, he doesn't seem to be in the room. We will figure out where Triple H is, and we can circle back.
I'll come back to that then. Okay, I have a few questions. This has to do with our recently passed budget. The first set of questions I have is for our council staff. Ms. Brokaw, did the city council modify the mayor's proposed general fund revenue forecast for fiscal year 27?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, no. City Council did not modify the mayor's proposed forecast. For example, the 1.9% GRT forecast that was originally proposed by the mayor remained unchanged in the approved budget. Similarly, the franchise revenue at 2.3% included in the mayor's proposed budget was retained in the approved budget.
Thank you. A follow-up question, Mr. Vice President. What response did the administration provide when asked in multiple meetings about overspending of appropriations in fiscal year 26?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, admin stated that they would adjust spending to come in at budget, even though second quarter projections were to be overspent.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, Mr. Vice President, my next question is for Madam CFO Martinez. The mayor stated that the council's forecast is overly optimistic from the proposed budget. What is the difference in the council's forecast?
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout, I guess I'm not understanding your question about what's the difference between the council's forecast. Are you talking about the revenue that Ms. Brokaw was just speaking about?
Yes. So, Mr. Vice President, Madam CFO, the mayor recently said that the council's decision to build the budget around an overly optimistic forecast that could put core services at risk. The forecast that we built our budget on was on information that you all provided us. So my question is, let's see, where did I put it? Just had it here. So again, what is the difference in the council's forecast?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, I don't want to speak or speculate what the mayor's intentions were with the word forecast. However, I think it goes back to the conversation that we had multiple times during the COW hearings about our position on the $11 million that council was relying upon that was unrealized.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Did you all find? Okay, this will be pretty short. Director Ramirez, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. HUD announced 3 weeks ago that they're changing the continuum of care homelessness assistance program to emphasize treatment and recovery programs paired with transitional housing and wraparound services. I emailed you last week because of its significant change from how we're doing things now. Albuquerque has gotten around $3 million of this money in the past. It's all gone to permanent supportive housing vouchers. So my question to you is, what is Triple H doing to solve for the impact this is going to have on existing programs? And how are you building capacity in programs that focus on treatment and recovery?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, thank you for the question. So yes, we've been monitoring that really closely in regards to the NOFO that was released, which is a notice of financial opportunity. There are going to be some impacts in regards to the funding structure and the percentage of the amount of money that can actually go to permanent supportive housing. With that being said, we've been analyzing this to see what the impact will be as the funding transitions to other programs. We do understand that any withdrawal of funding in the permanent supportive housing area is going to affect individuals' placements in their housing stability. This is not localized just to Albuquerque. The state also has a COC and funding that is going to be impacted. So I do appreciate that we're working in collaboration both with the state and here to see what that impact is, and with the Coalition End Homelessness to see what that RFP and or opportunity will be for vetting individuals and projects. I would say it's still evolving in regards to what the true impact is, and we're watching that. I do plan to continue to keep you looped in regards to your question and response as to what that impact would be in totality. If all the funding were to go away, how many individuals might be impacted by that, and also what programs and or agencies will be funded as a result of the new terms of the funding. The COC is working to qualify those vendors and look at what that programming would be, and also what the funding will be. But right now, I'd say it's still a little bit, I'd say too soon to tell what the full impact is, given that we've been waiting for this NOFO to be dropped, and now that it is actually live, we're assessing what that impact would be. But again, I would be probably a fail if I would say there's going to be an impact. The true totality of what that's going to be will depend on how much of the percentage of the funding will be allowed to continue to support individuals in actual housing, and how much will move to transitional living, which is a much different type of service for individuals who have that need.
Thank you. I just don't want us to leave any money on the table.
Oh, no.
That money's there, and I think that we should consider shifting our focus too. I think treatment and recovery is really important, and it's a. I think it's super important. There's money available. We need to pivot to.
Maximize that, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do have a few questions if I can have, I have some questions for council staff.
For the administration?
Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, great, thank you. Has City Council historically had access to the primary budgeting system used to develop the city's budget?
Madam President, Counselor Tias, yes. City Council previously had access to Hyperion, the budgeting system that was in place prior to UNA.
Okay, great. And what is the benefit of granting City Council access to UNA, the current budgeting system?
Madam President, Counselor Tejas, the primary benefit is improved oversight, as it allows council to independently monitor and review budget activity. For example, if the administration reallocates funding from one program to another during budget preparation, the council will be able to view the full detail of the changes.
Wonderful, thank you. I appreciate you, Ms. Bradley. Can we, I have some more questions, Mr. Vice President, for City Admin and our DFAS Director, Ms. Donna Sandoval.
Director Sandoval? She's making her way up now.
Great, thank you. Hi, Director Sandoval. How are you this evening?
Madam President and Councilor, just fine.
Great, thank you. Okay, Madam President, Director Sandoval, is the administration currently working on getting City Council access to UNA?
Madam President and Councilor, you had asked for that access and we provided a response to you last Friday. We are happy to provide any kind of reports that you need from UNA. We saw it as a separation of powers.
Okay, thank you, Director Sandoval. Why is the software used to build and maintain the budget considered a service only for the administration?
Madam President and Councilor Tejas, I would ask that our acting budget officer come up and answer, because I think there is some misunderstanding about what benefit or what additional information would be received by giving access to the system.
Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, I think in your original request, you were asking for access to raw data. There's no raw data in UNA. The reports that you have is exactly what you would see in UNA. It just shows how we move from the prior fiscal year's approved budget to this year's current budget. At the time it was proposed, now it's approved, and you would see just the changes in that. In those reports that you received, in the CAO summary, the budget worksheets, those two items together show those changes. So you would be getting access to information that you already have.
Thank you, Acting Director. I was asking for read-only access. Isn't that correct?
You were asking for read-only access to raw data.
Correct.
And the
yes.
read-only access would be to run the same reports that you've already received.
Yes, and that's correct. Isn't there but there would be a reason for that, right? I mean, because it's manual, you have to use manual application to pull that data. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I don't understand.
Yeah, so when you run reports in your system, you are doing so by putting in manual information.
So let's give her a second to reconnect. I think what they're asking is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not involved in these conversations, but it seems like they're asking about access to the new software. Does council have access to the new software?
Madam President, we do not have access. We requested access and we were told that that access was denied because it's a service that's being provided to the administration, and therefore it is a separations of powers issue, and that's why we're not going to be granted access.
I guess I'd let the administration, oh, you're back. Okay,
I'm so sorry, Madam President. Thank you so much.
I'm just making assumptions off of what I'm hearing, so I don't know if my questioning was correct or not, Councilor Tejas, but I'll let you take over from here.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. Yes, so I'm just trying to understand why the administration is considering council access to the Intuna system considered a separation of powers.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, I know that you're very familiar with accounting standards, COSO framework, and I think the way that the administration viewed this is governance versus management roles. And I think the other question, as Mr. Noel is trying, has stated, is that the information that you are receiving in reports is the information you would receive if you were gaining access. So I think that's where we stand at this point.
Thank you, Madam President. CFO, yes, that is correct. But when you run the report in the system, you're running the reports by entering your requirements for the type of report that you want manually. Isn't that correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, yes. However, the reports, specifically the CAO summary, provides you that detail.
Sure, and isn't it correct in accordance with the COSO framework and Yellow Book and the Green Book frameworks, which is what we're trying to kind of get around here, right, is precisely the reason I asked for read-only access, because I do not want to confer administrative authority or interfere with executive functions. And since I'm not requesting any authority over the administration's ongoing management of the funds, I am simply asking for read-only access so I can review the information within the system, which is appropriate in my oversight role and council's oversight role. Would it be appropriate for us to have read-only access as requested with no separation of powers there?
Madam Chair, Councilor Tejas, I'm not familiar with the items that you cited. However, as I said, it'll be redundant.
Councilor Tejas, are you still there? Looks like we lost her. Madam President, while we're waiting for get her back up, may I ask just a kind of a question off of what her question was?
Yes.
Okay. this is, and just so I understand, and maybe the public will understand a little better, the system that we're talking about is the system that you guys use to input money, dollars, accounting information, correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes.
Okay. And it's the same budget, those numbers and everything is the same budget that you present to us, correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes.
Okay. And it's the same numbers that we go over during committee of the whole?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes.
Okay. So sharing of that information would only streamline things and make it a little better. Wouldn't you agree?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, in this case, probably not, because
Okay, and I asked that only in the sense that we just heard someone over here in the administration say, it's going to be the same report that you get from us. So if it's just the same report, then what would it matter if we had access to read only to see what you see and better understand it? You don't have to answer it, it's rhetorical. Okay? Because if we're all trying to share the information and all trying to do better within our budget, you would think sharing and communication would help instead of, we'll tell you what we want you to see sort of incident, because that's the way it seems. Madam President. Oh,
I apologize. Can you hear me now? I apologize.
yes, Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Madam President, Director Noel. Yes, I just thank you for those questions. Mr. Vice President, that's pretty much what we were getting at here. The read-only access was intentional for oversight purposes. Again, I'm curious as to why the administration believes that it is a separation of powers, because, again, we are read-only access. I'm not trying to confer any of the administrative authority or interfere with executive functions, and so we do not believe it is a separation of powers with ongoing management, administration's ongoing management. So again, just trying to understand why we are not being granted read-only access to the system.
Madam President and Councilor Tejas, I think I'd like to try to summarize this conversation. I think I heard you say you want oversight authority. I think our question is, what oversight authority are you attempting to receive by getting read-only access to a system that is being utilized by the administration to build the budget? And the reports that you all receive would be the very same reports you would see in the system. So I guess I'm unclear what access, by receiving read-only access, what additional oversight authority you are trying to gain.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Yes, well, it's the oversight authority that is granted to us within the city charter for oversight over the fiscal, we have fiscal accountability here. So I believe it is Article 7 of the charter that gives us our oversight over the appropriations and expenditures. So we are, what I'm making sure that we want to ensure, and again, I am familiar with the Yellow Book, Green Book standards, also internal control, SandWorks, and one of the important critical distinctions here for getting these this type of information is to ensure that we are looking at the exact same information and not getting anything that might be sent to us that could potentially be changed as because of the information that you're requesting when you're running the reports is entered manually.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, the way the process works, though, is that when we send the budget to council, we can't change it until council authorizes us to change it.
Thank you, Mr. Noel. Thank you, Madam President. Yes, that's true. We're not, but a reasonable concern from a, oversight perspective, right, is the reviewed party controls. So report generation rather than the reviewer having direct system access, right? So several things become possible if we don't have read-only access to see the information and how these reports are developed and controlled and how the manual processes are entered, because it could lead to potential selective report parameters that exclude relevant transactions, reliance on summaries or pre-aggregated views rather than the underlying transaction level detail, potential general ledger detail. So really, this is more of a right to access versus a right to receive reports. And I think that's a meaningful distinction here, right? So with the read-only access, we're ensuring that there is more engagement and a lower level of risk that anything particularly happen to how the reports are provided to council.
Madam President and Councilor Tejas, I think it's a little hard to have a conversation about the system in abstract. So I would offer and encourage that we would be happy to sit down with you, walk through the system so Mr. Noel can explain to you some of the data as he talks about the raw data, what reports get generated. I think that might be helpful for purposes of this conversation.
Thank you. Yes, Madam CFO. One last question, Madam President. Is the current, when we had access to Hyperion, did we also have access to the raw data within that system?
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, no.
And I have a question for our city attorney, Madam President.
Go ahead, Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So can we get our city attorney to review whether this is really a separation of powers issue? I understand that Article 7, Section 2 of the city charter states that a representative of the council shall be allowed to participate in all meetings and have access to all information relating to the formation of the budget.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, I'd be happy to do that. I think, like some others here, I'm struggling a bit because I've never accessed this system. I can't visualize it. I'm not sure what's in it. And so I think if I do that, and then I could get an opinion for both parties on this issue.
Okay, I think that sounds fair. I'd be happy to accommodate that. Perhaps we can get that meeting scheduled between all of us soon. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to our administration. Thank you to council staff. I'm sure we'll have more conversations around this.
Thank you, Councilor Tejas.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll move on to proclamations and presentations. Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purposes of allowing more than 2 proclamations this evening.
Second.
Any other? Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Fievelkorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas? Councilor
Yes.
Lewis? Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Madam President, the first proclamation is from you or Councilor Baca, whoever wants to give it.
I'll defer to Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a proclamation recognizing the Mariachi Spectacular, Jeanette Salazar, Cultural Services Manager, and Trisco Companies to accept, and everyone else, I hope. You read first.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll start by reading the as people who are going to be accepting the proclamation will come to the podium. Thank you so much. Whereas Mariachi Spectacular de Albuquerque was founded in 1991 and for 35 years has celebrated mariachi music and culture while enriching the cultural life of Albuquerque and New Mexico. And whereas Mariachi Spectacular de Albuquerque has also grown into one of the nation's premier mariachi conferences and festivals, attracting students, educators, performers, and visitors from across the United States and around the world to Albuquerque each year. And whereas through its acclaimed educational programs, concerts, competitions, and cultural events, Mariachi Spectacular de Albuquerque preserves and promotes the traditions of mariachi music while inspiring future generations of musicians and cultural leaders. And
whereas the festival has helped establish Albuquerque as a national destination for mariachi arts and education, generating significant cultural and economic benefits for the community. And whereas the Atrisco companies, by presenting the annual Mariachi Spectacular de Albuquerque, honors a legacy of mariachi music through educational programming and recognition of the arts, educators, and cultural leaders who have shaped and advanced the art form. And whereas the festival's continued success reflects the dedication of its founders, organizers, volunteers, educators, sponsors, and community partners, whose efforts have strengthened Albuquerque's reputation as a center for cultural excellence and artistic achievement. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby recognizes and celebrates the 35th anniversary of Mariachi Spectacular de Albuquerque and extends its gratitude for 35 years of preserving cultural traditions, advancing arts education, inspiring future generations of musicians, and enriching the cultural and economic vitality of our community.
okay. So we have with us here this evening Jeanette Salazar, the Cultural Service Manager, and the Atrisco companies to accept. And we have another gentleman that, if you want to say your name into the podium, and then Jeanette, if you want to say a few words. And
sure, my name is Antonio Reina.
Mucho gusto. So if you want to say a few words.
Yes. Thank you so much, counselors, distinguished guests. We are honored to be here today with you this evening. I just want to give a special recognition to our two board members who are here with us today, Randy Sanchez and Thaddeus Lucero, who are on our Atrisco board and have been so, just tremendously supportive of our Mariachi Spectacular event. On behalf of Mariachi Spectacular, I'd like to thank you for this incredible recognition and proclamation for our 35th anniversary. For more than 3 decades, Mariachi Spectacular has celebrated the rich cultural traditions of mariachi music while bringing together students, families, educators, and artists from across the country and around the world here to our beautiful city in Albuquerque. This proclamation honors not only our organization, but also the generations of musicians, volunteers, supporters, and community leaders who have helped preserve and elevate this important cultural art form.
We are also excited to share that we are currently working with the City of Albuquerque to bring the International Mariachi Music Hall of Fame and Museum to our city. This world-class museum will celebrate the history, artistry, and global impact of mariachi music, and we believe Albuquerque is the perfect home for this cultural treasure. I would like to offer a special thank you to Councilor Dan Lewis and Madam President and Councilwoman Clarissa Peña for going above and beyond your support for Mariachi Spectacular and the Hall of Fame Museum. Your advocacy, leadership, and commitment to preserving and celebrating our cultural heritage have meant so much to our organization and the community that we serve. Thank you to the entire City Council for your support of the arts, our culture, education, and heritage here in Albuquerque. We proudly accept this proclamation and look forward to continuing to serve the Albuquerque community for generations to come. Thank you.
And on behalf of Mariachi Spectacular, we have just little gifts for you. This is our 2026 poster. It's a beautiful piece of art. So I have a gift for each of you if you want to get those to them. Thank you so much, council members. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do you want to come up and accept the proclamation?
Madam President, The next proclamation is, again, Councilor Baca and yourself.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Proclamation recognizing Mr. Ernie C. De Vaca. Mr. C. De Vaca, President and CEO of Albuquerque's Hispano Chamber of Commerce, to accept. I'd like to come up.
Mr. Yeah, if you want to make your way to the podium. I know. Okay, you want to get started?
Okay. So whereas Ernie C. De Vaca has devoted his career to fostering economic opportunity, supporting entrepreneurs, and building partnerships that strengthen Albuquerque's business community and regional economy, and whereas following a distinguished career with P&M Resources, where he served as Vice President of Governmental Affairs, Ernie C. De Vaca joined the Hispano Chamber of Commerce and later served as President and Chief Executive Officer, leading the organization through a period of growth, innovation, and expanded community engagement. And whereas during his tenure, the Hispano Chamber broadened its programs and services, increased business participation, and strengthened its roles as leading advocate for Hispanic-owned businesses and entrepreneurs throughout New Mexico. And
whereas Ernie C. De Vaca worked to elevate Albuquerque as a destination for business development, investment, cultural exchange by cultivating relationships with local, national, and international partners and promoting opportunities that benefit the city's economy. Whereas his leadership has helped to advance initiatives that connected business with resources, encouraged workforce development, and expanded opportunities for underrepresented communities, including Hispanic, indigenous business and business leaders. And whereas Ernie C. De Vaca's commitment to public service, economic development, community collaboration has left a lasting impact on Albuquerque and has helped create opportunities for future generations of business and civic leaders. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby recognizes and honors Ernie C. De Vaca for his dedicated service, visionary leadership, significant contributions to economic development, business advocacy, and the prosperity of Albuquerque's community.
Wow, thank
So
you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
If you want to say a few words.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the City Council. Early 1990s, I used to sit here back then when I was working at P&M, and sometimes till like midnight, and I'd be like the only person. And I remember Lawrence Rael coming up and says, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "It's my job." My boss told me as long as you all sat there, I had to sit up there. So I'm honored. Thank you. I'm honored and lucky to be have this proclamation. I love my job. I love the chamber. Everything about it is fantastic. Thank you for saying everything that's in that proclamation, but it really belongs to my team here. These are the folks that really have done the work. You know, I get to, included my boss of 50 years. On August 7th, she'll be my boss of 50 years, Jerry. So thank you all for the great honor of being receiving this today. Thank you so much. It was very kind.
Thank you, Ernie. You come up and accept the proclamation, and I'll just say as you're walking up that I'm just so proud of you and the work you've done over the years to make our community a better place. So thank you for everything. What did I hear? Thank you.
Councilor Tejas is next in line.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have a proclamation here recognizing the 20th anniversary of World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. Here to accept the proclamation, I would like to introduce Dr. Joseph Sanchez, the State Director of AARP New Mexico, and Otianga Umi, the Associate State Director of AARP New Mexico.
Mr. Sanchez? Oh, they're making their way down here now, Councilor Tejas. Thank you, guys.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Tejas, are you going to be reading it, or?
We have,
Okay.
it'll be me and Councilor Baca and Councilor Rogers. So I just want to thank you, gentlemen, for being here. As you know, World Elder Abuse Awareness Day is just an important observance. So let's get started with the proclamation. Okay, so whereas older adults deserve to be treated with respect and dignity to enable them to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and vital participating members of our communities, and whereas in 2006, the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, in support of the United Nations International Plan of Action, proclaimed a day to recognize the significance of elder abuse as a public health and human rights issue, and whereas 2026 marks the 20th annual World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, its recognition will promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older adults, and
Whereas the National Center on Elder Abuse, NCAA, and the AARP New Mexico recognize the importance of taking action to raise awareness, prevent, and address elder abuse. And whereas, as our population lives longer, we are presented with an opportunity to think about our collective needs and future as a nation. And whereas ageism and social isolation are major causes of elder abuse in the United States, and
whereas recognizing that it is up to all of us to ensure that proper social structures exist so people can retain community and societal connections, reducing the likelihood of abuse, and preventing abuse of older adults through maintaining and improving social supports like senior centers, human services, and transportation will allow everyone to continue to live as independently as possible and contribute to the life and vibrancy of our communities. And whereas where there is justice, there can be no abuse. Therefore, NCEA urges all people to restore justice by honoring older adults. And whereas, join us in our engaging and empowering movement to put an end to abuse.
Be it proclaimed that the Council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby proclaim June 15th, 2026 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in Albuquerque, and encourage all of our communities to recognize and celebrate older adults and their ongoing contributions to the success and vitality of our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Tejas. Gentlemen.
Yes, Madam President, council members, thank you for having us. ARP is honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of older New Mexicans, older Albuquerque residents. We really appreciate all the work that the city does and you all do to bring awareness and attention to this really important issue. As the proclamation had stated, especially systems that uphold transportation, to combat social isolation, fight financial exploitation. We're excited about efforts to bring awareness to fraud and scams, especially as they may impact and certainly see a proliferation of that uptick in affecting, the financial wellness of older adults and their families. And so we certainly applaud efforts to address that. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Gentlemen, if you'd like to come up, and we have a proclamation for you. Thank you. Madam President, we will now have a presentation from Ms. Turner, the DMD Director, who will provide us an update with the Vulnerable Road Users Campaign and efforts. Director Turner.
up PowerPoint, as I always do. Okay, here we go. So, Madam President, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to provide my 6th and final update on our traffic safety educational campaign. The campaign will continue, even though my PowerPoints will not. So turning to the reminder of key points from the traffic code updates. First, flashing lights at crossings means stop for everyone. It's the law. This is particularly important because right now we're launching 3 new hawk signals around the city, 2 on East Central, and then 1 on San Mateo in front of ACS that will support the walking school bus. And then we also have a brand new flashing beacon at Washington and Sunningdale. So whenever you see any of these flashing lights around the city and folks crossing, always stop. Also, vulnerable road users, be safe and be seen, and then drivers, watch for VRUs when turning. So next slide. Turning to our ongoing campaign, Spanish language campaign that you heard about continues. I'm really excited. We have our campaign deployed on bus shelters and digital displays around the city. On Friday, we launched our 12-minute webinar at cibq.gov/stop. So if you want a deep dive, and everyone should be doing this, all my employees are going to be doing this, you can get a deep dive into our traffic code updates. In front of you, you have our 1-page flyer we completed and deployed to drivers' educational schools. And then you'll also have our bike map, which highlights the campaign, and that brand new bike map highlighting over 400 miles of trails around the city you can get it from 311 or at various city facilities. I'm happy to launch that. Next slide. I just wanted to preview our webinar, the first page, Stop for Everyone. And so again, 12 minutes, it will change your life by saving lives. And then next slide, just the campaign next steps, continued community meetings and outreach. If you want a meeting for your neighborhood association, you can request one through our campaign website page. We'll be adding those flyers to a reminder to our speed camera citations. There'll be more displays around the city, and we'll be investing in more vulnerable road user safety projects like the Hawks and RRFB I just mentioned, and more information about those projects is at the website linked. And then we'll also be working on future state law changes to better protect vulnerable road users and improve the speed camera legislation. So lastly, I just want to provide thank yous for this campaign. I'm a lawyer and I don't do PR. And so without the support of our consultants, Mood and 2540, folks from the mayor's office, Dan Mayfield, Ileana, Yvette Angelica, Parks, Eli Costco, Director Simon, and from my department, Valerie Hermanson and Jorge Gonzalez. They brought this campaign to life. Thanks to all of you for unanimously passing the legislation. And then I just want to close by thanking all of the advocates, Melinda, Patrick, Bike ABQ, Ben Garland, Althea, and anyone who has fearlessly stood at this podium and advocated for safer streets. It is why I am here today, and so I am grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Councilors, do we have any questions for the director? No, Director. Great job. Thank you very much. We'll miss the presentation. You can come back anytime you want to put some slides together and do it again. It'll work out fine.
Thank you, Vice
Thank you,
President.
Director.
Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Sorry, Mr. Vice President. Just a quick question, and it's not for Director Turner, perhaps for Dr. Single. I'm very interested in if we can get that 12-minute webinar to everyone in the city, not just the employees of DMD. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fiebelkorn. Madam President, that concludes proclamations and presentations.
Thank you, Vice President Champagne. We are now on the journal. I move approval of the June 1st journal. Second. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne. All those in favor, pardon me, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councillor Baca.
Yes.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Councillor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Rogers.
Yes.
Councillor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? EC 180, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 180 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 180 is the mayor's appointment of Benjamin Tobias to the Human Rights Board. And this will require a 2/3 vote. So there was a motion and a second by Committee of the Whole Chair Grout. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now, EC 181, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 181 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 181 is the mayor's appointment of Cecilia Navarrete to the Albuquerque Museum Board of Trustees. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Next, R45, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R45 on tonight's agenda for action. R45 is approving and authorizing the acceptance of a grant from the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund administered by the State of New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, a grant from the State of New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration for partial funding of the Crestview Bluffs Park project. There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Vice President Champagne.
Madam President, I make a motion to move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R50 on tonight's agenda for action. R50 is adjusting the fiscal year 2027 appropriations for certain funds and programs.
Second. There's a motion and a second by myself for R50. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. R48, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R48 on tonight's agenda for action. R48 is approving and authorizing the acceptance of grant funds for a Violence Intervention Fund grant from the New Mexico Department of Health Office of Gun Violence Prevention and grant funds from the State of New Mexico Healthcare Authority Behavioral Health Regional Investment Act grant through an intergovernmental agreement with Bernalillo County, providing an appropriation to the Albuquerque Community Safety Department in fiscal year 2027.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Bassan for R48. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Baca, R49.
Thank you, Madam President. R49, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R49 on tonight's agenda for action. R49 is amending R25-177, enactment number R 2025-054 to adjust the funds for the Golden Forward Gizmo projects.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Rogers for R49. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Rogers by request, R44.
Thank you, Madam President. R44, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R44 on tonight's agenda for action. R44 is approving and authorizing a grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the federal fiscal year 2025 Continuum of Care Grant and providing an appropriation to the Department of Health, Housing, and Homelessness for city fiscal year 2027.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn to R44. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselor Feeblecorn, E174.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 174 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 174 is an update on city department efforts related to pollinator production and conservation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne to AC 174. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Feeblecorn by request, R46.
Madam President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R46 on tonight's agenda for action. R46 is approving and authorizing a grant application from Dennis Friends Foundation and providing an appropriation to the City of Albuquerque Animal Welfare Department for fiscal year 26-27.
Second. There's a motion and a second to R46. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counsel Feeblecorn by request, R47.
I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R47 on tonight's agenda for action. R47 is approving and authorizing a grant application from the Pep Smarts Charities and providing an appropriation to the City of Albuquerque Animal Welfare Department in fiscal year 26-27.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Committee of the Whole Chair Grout. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. I move approval of the letter of introduction. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're now on to reports of committees. Counselor Lewis.
Madam President, the Finance Government Operations Committee met on Monday, June 8th. Reports out the following items. EC 160 approved, OC 10 receipt be noted, 032, 040, 041, or R27 a due pass. EC 116, EC 159 that be approved and acted upon at the meeting which they are reported. Matter of R26 that it do pass and be acted upon at the meeting as which is reported. Move to accept the committee reports.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Baca. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, June 10th, 2026, and reports out the following item. In the matter of 039 that it do not pass, I make a motion to accept the committee report.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I make a motion to revive O 2639 and place this item on the August 3rd council agenda for action. O 39 is amending the integrated development ordinance to revise the regulations for cannabis and nicotine retail uses in Table 4-2-1, allowable uses, and Section 14-16-4-3.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Bassan for O 2639. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
No.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Tejas?
No.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on a 6-3 vote.
Thank you. We are now on deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, do we have any deferrals or withdrawals at this time?
Madam President.
Counselor, Vice President Champagne.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to defer P2 from tonight's agenda.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Bassan to defer P2 on tonight's agenda. If anyone's following, please make note of that. Madam Clerk, or do I need to, looks like our attorney has a question. Oh, the date?
Oh, to the first meeting in August. Is it August 3rd? Okay.
Is it August 3rd? It's just so the.
August 3rd.
Okay, so the community knows to August 3rd. So Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Madam President,
Vice President Champagne.
make a motion to defer R30 till August 3rd's meeting.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Committee of the Whole Chair Grout for deferral of R30 to August 2nd. Madam Clerk, 3rd.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So that's how we work around here. We add a bunch of things to the agenda and then we take some off. So we are now on the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda?
Madam President,
Vice President Champagne.
make a motion to remove letter U, R2648.
Anything else? No? Okay. For those individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are appointed to serve on a board or commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. And I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Vice President Champagne.
Madam President, give me 1 second so I can find it. It's basically, I have a question for the administration about it. And I think I read it further, but I kind of want to just to kind of them to explain it. In there, it says 30,000 in indirect costs from the transfer of operating grants funds to the program of ACS, and I'm just curious what the 30,000 is for. Madam President.
Madam President, the ACS crew is here and can speak specifically to questions about this.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, my understanding is that is to, given the parameters of the grant and the IDOH, the indirect cost that is required with it, it's just the transfer to ensure that that's covered as part of, like I mentioned, the grant parameters.
So it's IDOH coverage of that? Is that correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, it is the indirect overhead costs that we have been, have applied to grants for the rest of the administrative costs, yes.
Okay. Perfect. That's all I needed to know, ma'am.
Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept R2648.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Rogers. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to announcements. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. The Local Government Coordinating Council Commission on Thursday, June 18th at 5 p.m. has been canceled. And I have one other announcement. We have our Juneteenth holiday on this Friday, June 19th. So there's city services that will be closed. City offices are closed for the holiday. But I'd like to invite everyone to come celebrate with us at Civic Plaza from 5 to 11. It is not just for the Black community, it's for everybody. Just some history, right? We weren't free during the 4th of July. But we still show up to the Balloon Fiesta Park and go to all the cookouts on 4th of July and celebrate too. And we'd love for you to celebrate our liberation holiday when we were freed. Well, the folks in Texas didn't know until 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. They didn't tell us because we couldn't read the notices. So the president actually had to send troops to tell folks in Texas that they were freed. And we commemorate that every year. And so we'd love for you to join us. Friday, Civic Plaza, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. We have a free health clinic. You can get dental cleanings and eye exams, 3-on-3 basketball clinic, and a lot of amazing performers, including some African acrobats that are pretty phenomenal. So please come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rogers. We are now on to financial instruments. Councilor Bassan by request.
Madam President, O36, approving a project involving No Eden Pharmacy LLC pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and City Ordinance FS 0410 and the city's implementing legislation for that act to support the expansion of Eden Pharmacy Compounding Pharmacy and Fulfillment Center to be located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for a due pass of O36. Councilor Bassan.
Madam
To
President,
open.
before I go to Director Gruner to really actually do an appropriate open for this, I would like to move amendment number 1.
There's a motion and a second for what's labeled A in your packet. Now will be for amendment number 1 by Committee of the Whole Chair Grout. Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, this amendment adjusts the ordinance's title by correcting the organization's recognized business name and removing a typing error. It will read on page 1, beginning with line 2, amend the title as follows: approving a project involving Eden Pharmaceuticals LLC pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and City Ordinance FS 0410. The city is implementing legislation for that act to support the expansion of Eden Pharmaceuticals, compounding pharmacy, and so on. I urge your support.
So is there any questions? Seeing none, Councilor Bassan to close. She urged the support. So did you want to, we're on the amendment. So are you here to speak on the bill when we get back to the bill? No, okay. Madam Clerk.
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, who was the second on that? Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we are back on the bill as amended.
Madam President.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, I would like to have and request that Director Gruner does an open and also invites probably state economic development to speak on this as well, if we may.
Yes, Mr. Gruner.
Madam President, councilors, thank you very much for hearing this project. This project is pertaining Eden Pharmacy, a compounding pharmacy. This is an eligible LEADER project, Local Economic Development Act. We stand here today to request your support to serve as the fiscal agent for the state of New Mexico Economic Development for the amount of $300,000 for this project and an additional $100,000 from the city of Albuquerque. And if it pleases Madam President, I do have with me my colleague Daniel Schmuck for the formal staff analysis, as well as Beth from the state and a representative from the company.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. My name is Frankie Hermosillo, and thank you for the opportunity to present this economic development project. Tonight, we are requesting the approval of 02636, a local economic development act project supporting the expansion of Eden Pharmacy in Albuquerque. Eden Pharmacy is a rapidly growing healthcare and telehealth company providing omni-channel health and wellness services across the United States with the focus on metabolic health, weight loss, peptides, and longevity care. The company is expanding its Albuquerque operations into a next-generation compounding pharmacy and national fulfillment center that's located at 8300 Carmel Avenue Northeast. The project will integrate Suites 601 and 602 into approximately 7,000 square feet of operational space, supporting sterile and non-sterile compounding, fulfillment, packaging, shipping, quality assurance, and advanced pharmacy automation. Staff finds this project qualifies both under the State Local Economic Development Act and the city's LEADA enabling legislation. The project includes approximately $2.7 million in private capital investment for facility improvements, clean room infrastructure, automation systems, and operational enhancements. Eden is requesting a combined LEADA investment of up to $400,000, including $300,000 in state LEADA funds and $100,000 in LEADA, city LEADA funds. LEADA is a performance-based economic development program. Before any public funds are dispersed, the company must satisfy specific contractual requirements related to investment, job creation, reporting, and ongoing operations. In Eden's case, those requirements include capital investment, job creation targets, and maintaining operations in Albuquerque. It is also important to note that Eden is and will remain a small business. This project is not supporting the relocation of a large national corporation. Rather, it's helping a growing company scale its operations right here in Albuquerque. In return for the LEADA investment, Eden is committing to create 56 new direct jobs in Albuquerque with an average annual wage of approximately $69,000. These positions include pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, quality assurance, compliance specialists, automation technicians, operations personnel, and healthcare support staff. This project is expected to generate approximately $3.86 million in payroll in year one, growing to more than $11 million annually by year 3. Staff reviewed the project for compliance with city plans and zoning requirements and found the proposed use to be consistent with the existing MXT zoning designation. The project expands operations within an existing commercial facility and does not require a zoning change or new construction outside the existing building footprint. The economic impact analysis estimates approximately $78 million in total economic impact over 10 years, with 56 direct jobs and an additional 79 indirect and induced jobs created through our economy. Based on staff's review and project, it meets the city's LEADA evaluation criteria, including the requirement that public investment be recouped within the 10-year compliance period. For the reasons, the staff recommends the approval of proposed ordinance 02636. And at this time, Madam President, I would like to introduce Daniel Dietz with Eden Pharmacy to share more about the company, the project, and Eden's vision for Albuquerque.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the council. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Daniel Dietz. I'm one of the co-founders and the chief operating officer of Eden. With me are Rebecca Emch, our general manager, and Chris Lovato, our pharmacist in charge here in Albuquerque. We're here today to ask you for your approval of our LEADA package. At its core, this is a jobs project for Albuquerque. We're committing to 56 new direct jobs, roughly 135 with indirect employment, an average wage of $69,000. These are high-wage technical roles with licensed pharmacists, automation engineers, QA officers, sterile compounding specialists. We recruit from UNM and CNM, and we have enjoyed significant local talent, both within the entity that we purchased, along with those that we have hired since already. We offer full benefits, including health, dental, vision, retirement match, and career development pathways at Eden. The installation of these certified clean rooms and cold chain logistics infrastructure are permanent structures. We don't move these. We're committed to Albuquerque as our home base for compounding for our national clinicians that we service. These positions require state licensure and specialized trainings. They can't be outsourced or automated. And demand for compounding has grown steadily over the last decade, driven by an aging population and chronic disease management. This is not a trend, it's a structural shift, and Eden supports that shift. We're backing this with a 10-year operating commitment, clawback provisions tied to these jobs that we've promised. Every dollar we earn comes from the patients and providers that we service around all 50 states, bringing net new jobs and revenue into the state of New Mexico as local salaries, vendor contracts, and tax payments. Outside capital converts into in-state payroll. I personally spent 11 years in Albuquerque and earned degrees at UNM. I know what stable, high-wage jobs do for the community, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to provide those to others in this community. I respectfully ask for your approval of this item, and I'm happy to stand along with Rebecca and Chris for any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Vincent.
Madam President, I would urge support if there's no questions.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to ask more question about automation.
Sure.
Does that mean it's replacing people doing jobs?
It doesn't quite work that way. So typically these machines just allow, in fact, I might ask Rebecca what the impact of automation, but in essence, when you have an automation device, it allows you to be more precise with monitoring and measurement. Many of these tools are far superior than, for example, the human eye in measuring cloudiness and the nature of these, but they're all operated by a technician who is a specialized certified technician. If you'll allow, I'd love Rebecca, our compounder, to speak on how these automation devices enhance how our technicians and our pharmacists work within our facility.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that'd be great because I know a little bit about compounding from nursing and oncology compounding, and there's some interesting technology that could replace people, so I'm just interested in what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. And Madam President, members of City Council, thank you so much for having us here today. So to answer your question about automation, we aim to have the highest quality assurance possible. People can make mistakes. People can have off days, especially if you're in a sterile compounding lab. So that doesn't mean that we're taking away a technician. That technician can either be working this machine or they can be doing it all by hand. If they're working this machine, they're able to also produce more with more precision and higher output as well. So we'll be able to serve more patients across the country with less footprint by doing so.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Thank
Anything
you.
from the admin? Thank you so much. So how many jobs? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Grau.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say that I have a prescription at your facility, and it has always been on time. You all actually even deliver it too, and I really like that service. But it has always come when it was supposed to, and it's been very easy through text, and I mean, I have just really enjoyed it. So I'm really glad that you're expanding here, Congratulations.
I'm delighted to hear it. Thank you so much.
Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make a quick pitch. Downtown lost its pharmacy a couple years ago, so if you look to expand even more, we could use you.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Just a quick question. So how many jobs are you proposing as part of this?
56 is part of the expansion.
56? Okay, thank you so much. Of course. Counselor Basan.
I urge your support.
So, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselor Basan by request, 037.
Madam President, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico taxable industrial revenue bond Dreamcatcher Journal Center Hotel Project, Series 2026 in the maximum principal amount of $25,008,118 to provide funds to acquire, construct, equip, and improve the Dreamcatcher Journal Center Hotel, a Home 2 Suites by Hilton hotel with an anticipated 103 guest rooms. I move a do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Committee of the Whole Chair Grout. Counselor Basan to open.
Madam President, I think that the Journal Center has become a place of live, work, and play more so than ever. I'm very excited by what's been happening around there. But I would also like Director Gruner to do it even more justice for an introduction and open, please.
Madam President, councilors, very excited to present to you this IRB. Just as a quick reminder, an IRB is a tool that we have at the city. It's the industrial revenue bond to allow projects that would otherwise not pencil out to be developed. The development of this particular hotel at the Journal Center, I think, similar to what Councilor Basan said, it is one of those areas, and you'll remember we brought a number of projects over the years that are really in this region. I think the value proposition of that particular hotel really is for that business traveler. And I have with me, if it pleases Madam President, both my colleague Daniel Schmuck for the formal staff analysis, as well as the developer and operator of this particular hotel.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam President, councilors, thank you for allowing me to present this development project to you this evening. The information for this development, including a fiscal impact analysis, was provided in the package we received ahead of the City Council meeting. The Dreamcatcher Journal Center Hotel development is requesting $25,008,118 in city-issued taxable industrial revenue bonds. The project will support construction of a new Home 2 Suites by Hilton Hotel at 5910 Jefferson Street Northeast. The development will include approximately 103 guest rooms. The UNM Bureau of Business and Economic Research fiscal impact analysis estimates the project will generate almost $4.3 million in taxes by 2045. The project is expected to remain tax positive throughout the bond term. And the project will be eligible for up to 20 years of property tax abatement on land, buildings, and equipment. Equipment purchased with bond proceeds will be exempt from gross receipts or compensating taxes, and no city funds will be used, and the city's credit will not be pledged. The project is a new construction on land currently controlled by the applicant. The project is located in a federally designated opportunity zone, and the project supports redevelopment and renewed investment in an area prioritized under local economic development policies. The project is expected to create approximately 32 to 37 permanent full-time and part-time jobs. Positions will include professional, supervisory, clerical, and operational hospitality roles. Eligible employees will receive access to medical, dental, and vision insurance, with the employer covering 50% of healthcare premium costs. The company will offer also a 401k plan with a 50% employer match on employee contributions, up to 3% of eligible compensation. Madam President, based on the above findings, staff recommends approval of IRB 0-26-37 as proposed in the project plan application. And with that, I would like to hand it over if the council would like so to the particular developer of this project.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Councilor. My name is Deepesh Kolodwala. I am the CEO of Sun Capital Hotels. I'm here to ask for your support for the Journal Center Hotel IRB project. I care about three things. One is Albuquerque tourism economy. Two, growing the local family business. And three, creating a real career path for our team members. I serve on the Visit Albuquerque Board and Lodgers Tax Board. After COVID, when travel stopped, lodgers tax revenue dropped dramatically and hotels were on the brink of shutting down. I chaired the Visit Albuquerque Board year following COVID, and along with my fellow board members, we worked with the mayor's office to secure $1.5 million of marketing dollars so that we can keep destination marketing going. That investment paid off and helped support recovery of our industry. Tourism matters for Albuquerque. Visitors dine and shop at local businesses. They come here and spend money. That creates jobs, lodgers tax, gross receipt tax, and future investment in our community. This is what I believe. If you create a place people want to visit, you create a place where people want to live. That's why quality of hotel matters. For many visitors, the hotel is one of their first touch points with Albuquerque. The Journal Center project serves a very practical need. Journal Center is one of our major business areas. Travelers want to have a place where they can have their meetings. They don't want to fight the I-25 traffic in the morning. They want clean rooms, reliable service, and hotel close to where they need to be. This project is about taking a vacant lot that might otherwise become a used car lot and turning it into a hotel that brings people into the area and support local businesses. Both projects are very personal to me. I grew up here in Albuquerque at 4th and Manal, not too far from here at Court John Motel. I cleaned rooms there as a teenager. I went to Garfield Middle School, I went to Valley High School, I went to UNM. I live here, I hire here, I buy here, and our team supports local charities here. This is just not about building a hotel, it's about continuing to build a local company that creates opportunity. My son, Sahil, is here with me today. He went to OSU, earned a degree in real estate and finance, and chose to come back home to join the family business. Like a lot of young people from Albuquerque, he had options. He could have gone to a bigger market, but he came back because he believes in Albuquerque. At this point, I would like Sahil to say a few words about what he sees for the future. Sahil, you want to come up? Yeah.
Thank you, Dad. Madam President, members of the council, my first exposure to the family business was not in an office. I worked front desk shifts, helped during renovation, moved furniture in 100-degree connexes, helped get hotels open, and filled in wherever labor was short. This taught me a lot. What I learned very quickly was that every business has a secret ingredient. Hotels are all very similar to each other. They all have a pool, Wi-Fi, comfortable beds, clean rooms, but where I saw the big distinction was our people. Our business follows one simple rule: take care of your people, and your people will take care of your customers. Our secret ingredient is our team members. I came back because I want to build things I can be proud of. Hotels are part of that, but so are student housing, multifamily, mixed use, and other projects that bring people, activity, and investment into the city. I want Albuquerque to be more vibrant, more walkable, more attractive to young people, and more competitive with other cities. These hotel projects are one step in that bigger vision. Thank you.
Thanks. Halia Todd is also here with me. Halia started with us in 2009 in an entry-level position. Today, she is our Executive Vice President over assets, construction, renovation, and capital expenditures. Her story is exactly what hospitality can do when a local company grows. We don't just create jobs, we create paths to leadership. I'd like to have Halia come up and briefly speak about
Madam President.
Councilor Basan.
Madam President, with all due respect, I would like us to please, if we can move on to councilor questions. I'm sure you have a fabulous story.
You got it.
I am in support of your project. But I think that with our agenda tonight and with some upcoming things, Madam President, if it's all right with you, we can move to councilor questions.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry to you, but I would be happy to hear your story another day. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have, Councilor Baca has a question.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if this is more for Director Gruner. I'm just curious on our decision, our approval matrix, is there a section for community benefits? And what might those be?
So at this point in the process, it is really a question of whether this project will pencil out and whether the council is going to approve this particular tool. We are always happy to convene meetings with the community, associated with any kind of project, and we've always done that. We just finalized a community benefits agreement for the Media Academy.
Okay.
But neither the state statute nor the city enabling statute requires a community benefits agreement to get to this point in the process.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Are you saying that you wanted to add an amendment to this, or are you just asking the question? Okay. Mr. Cornelius, I don't think we have anyone signed up to speak this evening. We do? On 037, I don't see anyone. Okay, we do not have anyone signed up to speak, so then we're done with questions from councilors. Councilor Passan to close.
Madam President, I do urge your support.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You gentlemen can have a seat. Thank you so much.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Passan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Beeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on to 038 by request. Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. 038, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico taxable industrial revenue bond, Dreamcatcher Sawmill Hotel Project, Series 2026, in the maximum principal amount of $40,520,267 to provide funds to acquire, construct, equip, and improve the Dreamcatcher Sawmill Hotel, a dual-branded Hampton Inn and Home 2 suites with an anticipated 135 guest rooms. I move to pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Committee of the Whole Chair Grout. Councilor Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I'd like to hear from Director Gruner on this one.
Madam President, councilors, thank you for considering this project. Once again, much of what was said for the previous project applies to this project also. We are proposing an IRB as one of the tools that allows this project to pencil out for the developer. This is in a very economically active area of the city. Other IRBs have been given for similar projects in their general vicinity. The other thing I wanted to point out, this project is in the character protection overlay for the sawmill, so there will be certain kind of permitting requirements as to the look of this project that will make this project commensurate with kind of the feel of that area. Similar, Madam President, if it pleases council, we have the developer to say a few words about this project.
You do? Yes.
Oh, Madam President, my bad, staff analysis.
Okay. Councilor Baca, yes?
Madam President, thank you, councilors. So thank you for the opportunity to present this second economic development project to you this evening. The Dreamcatcher Sawmill Hotel Development is requesting $40,520,267 in city-issued taxable industrial revenue bonds. The project will support construction of a new dual-branded Hampton Inn and Home 2 Suites, a hotel development at 1018th Street. The proposed development will include approximately 135 guest rooms with 72 Hampton Inn rooms and 73 Home 2 Suites rooms. The development will include associated site improvements, including parking, landscaping, guest amenities, and supporting infrastructure. The UNM Bureau of Business and Economic Research fiscal impact analysis estimates the project will generate approximately $6.4 million in taxes by 2045, and the project is expected to remain tax positive throughout the bond term. The project will be eligible for up to 20 years of property tax abatement on land, buildings, and equipment. Equipment purchased with bond proceeds will be exempt from gross receipts or compensating taxes. No city funds will be used, and the city's credit will not be pledged. The site currently contains an approximately 25,600 square foot office building that has experienced limited leasing activity and is considered underutilized. The project is also located within a metropolitan redevelopment area and opportunity zone and the historically underutilized business zone. The project supports redevelopment and renewed private investment in an area prioritized under local and federal economic development policies. Now, an overview of the jobs. The project is expected to create approximately 42 to 47 permanent full-time and part-time jobs, and positions will include professional, supervisory, clerical, and operational hospitality roles. Eligible employees will receive access to medical, dental, and vision insurance, with the employer covering 50% of healthcare premium costs. The company will offer a 401k retirement plan with a 50% employer match on employee contributions, up to 3% of eligible compensation. Madam President, councilors, based on the above findings, staff recommends approval of IRB O-26-38, as proposed in the project plan application. If the council is okay with this, I would also like to let the developer say a few words. Thank you.
I think we're going to go to public comment. Okay, thank you so much. So, Mr. Cornelius, can you call the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Senator Debbie O'Malley, followed by Pauline Baca.
Good evening, Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Debbie O'Malley, and I'm here to speak in opposition of O38. I do so as the founder and volunteer advisor to the Sawmill Community Land Trust, the owner of 37 acres of property near the proposed hotel called out in this ordinance. The CLT was founded over 20 years ago to preserve high-quality, affordable housing in an area that was once a contaminated industrial site. It's through the work of this community and private investors such as Heritage Hotels that have made Sawmill the destination it is today. Both organizations have been committed to high-quality development and cultural preservation. For example, the Flamingo Institute is on the trust. The 130-unit, 5-story proposed hotel will bring more unwanted traffic to an area that already has a dangerous mix of pedestrian and vehicles. It abuts old existing houses in a residential neighborhood, unlike other hotels of its kind which are off major corridors. I doubt the affected homeowners are even aware of this proposed project. However, since the ordinance is about the approval of an IRB.
You can continue.
Thank you. We feel strongly that it should not be granted. While locally owned, it is a franchise hotel. IRBs are meant to encourage high-quality development and good jobs to an area that otherwise would not see any kind of investment. It's not whether a project pencils. The Sawmill has become a very desirable area to invest. To approve an IRB for this franchise sets a bad precedent and is a misuse of that IRB redevelopment tool. Thank you, and we respectfully ask that you not approve this request.
That'll be whoever clapped your first warning. Thank you so much.
Pauline Baca, followed by Juanita Ramirez.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Pauline Baca. I'm a member of the Sawmill Community Land Trust. I have a small business in the Land Trust area. My husband and I live blocks away from this proposed hotel. My family, in particular my father, Max Ramirez, was very involved years ago in organizing the community to clean up the contamination left by industry and bring back families and businesses, small businesses. We are glad to see the Sawmill area is being successful, but we are paying the price with traffic and safe streets. This proposed hotel is going to add a lot more traffic to the area where pedestrians cross the streets between museums, not to mention right next to homes and community, unlike other hotels nearby. That being said, the IRB for proposed hotel listed on this bill, IRBs are supposed to be used for exceptional situations, not just any development. There is nothing exceptional about this hotel. It's another franchise hotel like Holiday Inn Express and Town Suites, both of which are very close by across the street from the Pueblo Cultural Center. Please deny the request on the IRB. Thank you for your consideration.
Juanita Ramirez, followed by Viola Martinez.
Good evening, Madam President and City Councilors. My name is Juanita Ramirez. I sit on the board of the Sawmill Community Land Trust. I raised my family in the Sawmill neighborhood. I also own a home not far from this hotel that wants an industrial revenue bond. I agree with the speakers in opposing this bill. This hotel is more appropriate on a major corridor with significant parking like other franchise hotels of its kind. Because of its size, it needs to be in an area that does not directly compete with pedestrian traffic. We should not be giving tax breaks to development that does not benefit the community and will only cause future safety issues. Please deny this request. Thank you.
Viola Martinez, followed by David Stryker.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors, and thank you for giving us this voice tonight. My name is Viola Martinez, and I serve as president of the Sawmill Community Land Trust Board. The Land Trust has long been a responsible steward of the land it controls and a strong advocate to the homeowners, residents, and businesses it represents. It's important to our residents that we continue to build on the strong foundation created over the years that includes the development of high-quality housing, amenities, safe streets, and so on, while preserving the character and history of this unique area. We are also a developer, and we understand the challenges affecting development, in particular, the high-cost labor and materials. I do want to remind you that the Land Trust recently cooperated and collaborated with city officials to begin the first phase of the rail trail. And that has been an enormous benefit to our residents as well as the community of Albuquerque. Also, which has been mentioned previously, there is no tangible benefit to having this impactful of business off of a residential wide street with limited access in our community. We don't see the benefit. Our residents do not see the benefits. It is extremely congested in that area, and I want you to reconsider. Please deny this request. It is an inappropriate use of an industrial revenue bond. Please do not set a precedence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have just a minute for the public comment. I'm allowing you all to go over just because you are directly impacted by this. So just so that you know, and Councilor Basan.
Madam President, I was going to ask for a point of order and out of the sake for decorum that we do limit the public comment to 1 minute or expand it to 2 for everyone.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. I think it's at the discretion. We've been allowing that if a counselor asks for the person to finish their comment, that we usually allow for that. So, and I have been, so sorry. Go ahead and proceed.
Yeah. I'm David Stryker. I thank you, Madam President, members of the council, and members of the public. I'm the acting president of the Sawmill Area Neighborhood Association, and I'm speaking against this motion. There's been very slick presentations beforehand, and since I'm limiting it, basically we were not involved in any way with decisions regarding this. We had no input into any kinds of zoning decisions. I understand that signs were put up. They were well hidden because I never saw them, and I walk that neighborhood daily. And I would just say that if this is a 5-story building, it's going to be in the backyards of all the folks who are on 15th Street on the west side, and it will really destroy their houses. And I would urge that you do not pass this bill. One last thing, in terms of jobs, there was a office building there which had multiple jobs, probably as many as the hotel would provide. Why can't you use that for the jobs?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lene Unterman, followed by Adrian Perez.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. Thank you so much for all of your hard work and service to this community. When a corporate development asks for $40 million of our city's tax dollars to build a cookie-cutter hotel in our most historic district, Albuquerque has the right and the responsibility to set the terms. Other cities do it. Local leadership in Sedona successfully mandated that even global corporations, after their iconic branding to preserve the high desert aesthetic, they prove that local culture is non-negotiable. Albuquerque needs to show that same backbone. For the Sawmill and Old Town districts, we cannot settle for mass-produced corporate Southwestern-style decor. Make Albuquerque bridge history, Spanish, and Pueblo. We demand that any approved public funding for our project be explicitly tied to strict local design covenants. True architectural integration, direct structural nodes to our Spanish colonial roots, bridging seamlessly into the historic Old Town landscape. Authentic, indigenous, visibly forcing corporate chains to remove past superficial gestures by commissioning permanent architectural features designed directly by local Pueblo and indigenous artists. So my suggestion is, say 25% of that they can then compromise, and to fund the architecture, the culture of the Old Town, to keep it true, to keep it authentic, to respect.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Adrian Perez, followed by Pamela Martosip on Zoom.
Madam President, councilors, Adrian Perez, I'm the President, Chief Operating Officer for Heritage Companies. See if I can take 30 years and put it into 1 minute. I'm going to be respectful of your time. So over the last 30 years, our company has worked extremely hard to try to protect the Sawmill District. It has been my work and my life's work to protect something that I think is very special in Albuquerque. Multiple times we've had the opportunity to bring national brands in the district. Happy to share with the council, we own Hilton's, we own brands. The reason our company exists today is because brands forced us to not be Native American, to not be Hispanic, to not be respectful of our culture, which is why we changed our renovation at Hotel Albuquerque when Sheraton told us we couldn't do that. I'm happy to share those communications with you today. We're currently in a fight with Hilton right now in Las Cruces over the same thing. It is critical that we protect the district. The district is something very, very special to Albuquerque community, and I hope we do what future generations will be proud of us for, and that's protect the district and do what's right for Albuquerque and make sure we celebrate our culture, not a national brand. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you.
Pamela Martasa.
Hi, good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Pamela Martocci, and I live on the Sawmill Community Land Trust. One of the reasons I bought my house on the trust, aside from the affordability, was that it is a true neighborhood with neighborhood-sized parks. It's a walkable community, so we are able to walk or bike to the Sawmill Market, the museums, and other parks. I am shocked, actually, that the planners who approved this project did not see the conflicts this project would have with pedestrians that are walking to the museums on 18th Street. We have the Albuquerque Museum of Natural History as well as the Explora, and this project is off of 18th Street, just behind the Explora. It is not a major corridor at all. And the only way in and out of this hotel would be through 18th Street and Rio Grande, which probably everybody knows is really, really congested. I plead with you, please, to deny this IRB. This project does not bring any benefit to the area.
Did you find it?
Thank you. Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
We have some questions from Vice President Champagne, followed by Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, can we also hear from the developer on this one? Doesn't have to be right away, but however we do.
Absolutely.
I'll keep it really brief, abbreviated. I heard a few things here about the $40 million bond size, the traffic, franchise, mid-scale. What I want to address that. So we are taking an existing office building that we will demolish and build a hotel there. I do think that it improves the traffic situation because an office building is busy Monday through Friday during peak hours. And hotel use is usually evening and weekends. So I do think the traffic issue is going to be reduced, not increased. As far as somebody, this is a $40 million bond, that's how it's published, but we don't get any benefit. City's not writing us a check. It's basically a tax abatement after we build what we say we're gonna build. As far as franchise is concerned, our people love franchising because our people get trained and certified as Hilton, and that makes them more marketable, and they move around and they build their resume. Franchising also brings safety, life security for guests that stay. They have standards, part of being Hilton family, and we don't have to spend millions of dollars, advertising with Google, and Hilton does that job for us through franchising. And another point about franchising is it's not a corporate hotel. I own the hotel. I guarantee the loans. I build it. It has nothing to do with corporation or Hilton owning this thing. We spoke to a lot of local businesses in the area, and what they like, especially about what we're doing, is that we're intentionally designing a hotel that has no bars and no restaurants. And that will get people coming into the district and spending money in the restaurants and bars that are around the Sawmill area. And so business owners are very supportive, except one business owner. It's not going to be urban box. It's not going to be a typical hotel that you're going to see on a side of a highway. We are looking at the fabric of the neighborhood, the colors, the design cues. We're pulling that out of the Sawmill area. So this will be a very much southwestern industrial type of a look of a hotel. I stand for any questions.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. So just for the record, we did get several letters from local businesses. I just wanted to, into the record, Indian Country, Titan, Ponderosa Brewery, Co-Creations Candle, Enchanted Candle, ABQ Trolley, and Darlene Gomez Law. Those are in support. We also got one withdrawing support that's puzzled business. So I just wanted that to be on the record. Quick question, and maybe this starts with Director Gruner or Director Bruner. What type of community, this is an MRA project. Does this fall under MRA or LIDA?
Madam President, Councillor, this is in an MRA district. However, this is an economic development IRB.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Drew. So then my question was gonna be about community benefits. Do I assume then that, like the previous hotel, there was no community benefits agreement?
At this point in the negotiations of whether this project is viable, there is no community benefits agreement. This is really just a exercise to understand whether the capital stack is such that this particular developer can pursue this particular project.
Okay, is that something you'd be interested in working on with the community, Dipesh?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Would you be open to working with community in terms of community benefits, so design and look and?
Yes, sir. I mean, we talked to Councilor Tellis, and we said we would look at, bringing people together and talk about what community benefits we could do, especially like the exterior design and things like that. We're open to that.
So I'm asking if you'd meet with the land trust folks who, it doesn't sound like you met with them at all.
I have not met with the land trust folks, no, sir.
Okay, I do feel it is, it's Old Town, it's kind of like Santa Fe where everything looks a certain way for a reason. And I feel pretty strongly about that as far as hotels and everything. What else did I have? Yeah, I think it should fit the area. Traffic's a very real concern down there. Although we have started some traffic changes down there in terms of opening up some roads for residents. I don't think that's enough. There needs to be more done on that. And this isn't for you, sir. This is just kind of getting that word out. Yeah, okay, that's good for me.
That's it? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yeah, I have her down. Vice President Champagne.
All right, I think I'm ready. And I guess this is for Director Bruner. What's the results of the traffic studies? Or what were the results of the traffic studies? Properly asked.
Madam President, Councillor, a traffic study was not required because there is an existing building that has, I'm doing this from memory, 140 parking spots. This hotel at peak usage would be using fewer parking spots, so there is no traffic study required.
Okay. When's the last time that building was in use?
It was last used December 2025.
And how many businesses were in that building?
There was just one tenant, sir.
With how many employees? Do we know?
I don't know, but it had 140 office spaces. It was a state agency.
I'd be curious to see if we're talking that it only has, I mean, you're talking about parking spots that are being used and it didn't require a traffic study, but yet if that office only had 7 people in it, this is going to be a huge influx of vehicles on one street. I mean, it's Rio Grande or Mountain that's going to get to it. So I'm kind of curious on why we didn't make the effort knowing that this was going to be an influx of vehicles. Common sense would say that.
Councilor Champagne, I would like to have Angela come to the podium. She's Modular's architect and she's our land planner. Would that
Perfect.
be okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, that's okay.
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, President, Councilor. I am the CEO and managing partner of Modulus Architects and Land Use Planning. We are handling the approvals for this project that have not been submitted for site plan approval. However, we did submit the ITE trip generation scoping requirement to the City of Albuquerque. The City of Albuquerque's Traffic Engineering Division determined that this project would not create enough traffic to warrant a traffic study. That's based off the ITE. And we have that signed scoping form from the City of Albuquerque Engineering Division.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam President and I guess Director, it kind of goes into my second question. What were the discussions with the neighborhoods and how did that go? And the reason why I ask this is because I'll have you answer that first.
Thank you, Councilor Champagne. So right now we are in the process of developing the site plan and the architecture that Dipesh alluded to. That has not been formalized yet. We have not made an application to the city DFT yet for formal site plan approval. That is ongoing. Right now we're waiting for an availability statement. Once that is issued, then we will make the notices to the neighborhood associations as required, but we're not that far along yet in our process for approval with the City of Albuquerque on the site plan and the architecture.
Okay.
But that will be coming shortly.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that is because, I mean, if you were looking to put the other location was a little different, Madam President. It was in an industrial off of Jefferson. There's a car dealership to the east of it. There's commercial on both sides of it. This is going to be backed up to a neighborhood. And the entrance into another apartment complex just south or north of it, if I recall correctly. I would think you would go above and beyond in that sense and saying, I know this is going to influx people, that you would take in that a consideration. It doesn't require a traffic study, but being that we're going to be into a neighborhood, we would go and say, we will do one anyway to see what it is. I would hope that that's your approach to it. But again, and I don't know the process apparently of, we ask for tax abatement, we ask for this before we even start doing plans or discussing anything. Because I guess if this doesn't go through, you don't go with this project. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And Director, this would be more for you, Madam President. Director, one of the things mentioned in here was the amount of people coming in, and what I've talked about in the last few minutes of the amount of vehicles, the amount of cars, the traffic. How does this change, or how does this differ from the addition of that rail trail? The neighborhoods in the comments talked about they don't want a lot of traffic coming in. They don't want a lot of people and such. It's going to be a large influx. Isn't the rail trail going to bring an influx of people as well?
Madam President, councilors, yes, any development of any contained area is going to increase the desirability, the traffic, whether pedestrian, bike, or otherwise. The 3 proposed additional developments by Heritage Hotels, this development, the rail trail, in the aggregate, all of that is going to increase traffic in the Sawmill District. There's no doubt about that.
Okay. And Madam President, I'm just kind of curious, the 2 different locations, the buildings are similar. Why is there a difference in the cost of the bond? One's at 25 and the other one's at 40.
The bonds are calibrated against the actual costs of the construction. So the construction cost and the value, the property value of one is significantly higher than the other.
Okay. Okay. And that leads me to my last question, Madam President. The tax abatement agreement is that the way I understand tax abatement is that it sets the taxes, the property taxes, and freezes it at a set rate before the construction. And then the construction happens, and then the future taxes, so before it's reevaluated to the new value, those are frozen for X amount of years.
That is correct. The way an IRB works is there's 2 ways to think about it. There's a correct way to think about it, and there's a useful way to think about it. The correct way to think about it is it's 100% abatement of property taxes, and then there's a negotiated pilot payment in lieu of taxes. In this case, and this is, I think, the useful way of thinking about it, it's going to feel like a 70% abatement of property taxes and a 30% pilot payment back to the city to keep our special districts whole. And in the city of Albuquerque, an IRB is for 20 years.
Okay, and Madam President, I apologize. With that being said, and we've seen this happen, the tax abatement happen before, like Lomas in Third, or in San Mateo and Central, and deals would not pencil correctly because you're having to take an existing structure and renovate it, and take Third and Lomas. I mean, that was an office complex. It's got 1 bathroom per floor, and now you're wanting to put in 8 bathrooms. So why do these locations, one that doesn't have a building, and I guess I'm lumping the 2 in because the 2 are the same, they're 2 different locations, the same developers, but one is brand new construction, needs an abatement, and the other one, I guess, is using the existing office structure to redo, and that's more money than the other one that's brand new construction. So I'm kind of, why the abatement?
So the project in the sawmill, that existing building is going to be razed to the ground, and a new building is going to be constructed on the same site. Similar footprint. The state and the city enabling statute for IRBs have a but-for clause in them. So but for this incentive tool, the developer will not make this investment into the community. And that is true for both of those projects. I'm not sure whether I answered your question.
No, that makes sense. No, it's as clear as mud. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President. Now we have Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, everyone. I just had a couple of questions for, okay. Our wonderful director, EDD director here. Doesn't the Old Town and Sawmill area have overlay requirements, Mr. Gruner?
That is correct. I mentioned in my introduction for the Sawmill project that for lack of a better term, the Sawmill Hotel falls squarely within the, and I apologize if I butchered the name, the historic preservation overlay district for the Sawmill. So there are protections that ensure that any new development in that area adheres to predetermined architectural standards that are commensurate with the district.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gruner. And I understand that they go back to, I believe, like 1950 is the sort of design requirement style in the area. Does that sound right?
Madam President, Council, I cannot speak to the history of those requirements. I'm ignorant of that.
That's okay. Me too. That's why we're here. Thank you, Mr. Gruner. Madam President, with regard to the traffic issues going on here, I am kind of curious about the parking supply, trail connectivity. I believe that the idea really is to increase traffic, right? And that seems to be what this project will lead to. Is that something that's part of the plan, really? With more people walking in the area, car traffic might increase, but overall, with this project and the rail trail, it could keep it lower than a big car-oriented hotel would.
Madam President, Councillor, if I heard your question correctly, you are asking whether in the aggregate, given all the development, including the rail trail, the theory would be we would increase foot traffic and by extension decrease vehicular traffic. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Madam President, councillors, I mean, it's always hard to speculate what the future will hold. I will say that the underlying theory of action of both of those hotels is to have clients engage in the community for their food, for their drink, for their shopping, hence no amenities within the hotel proper. I will also say I think there's a real difference between the Journal Center Hotel and the Sawmill Hotel in that the Journal Center Hotel really is a business hotel, and you would assume that most people would have cars because they're going to spend their 1, 2, 3 days on the ground going to meetings. The Sawmill Hotel, the theory is that this is really a mid-level hotel for families, and I think, some will rent cars, others will Uber to the hotel and then walk in this very desirable neighborhood, which is both the Sawmill and Old Town. But I would be not confident to go on the record as to what the net traffic result is going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I just don't know.
Okay, well, do you think, Mr. Gruner, or can you explain maybe how this hotel project is really expected to complement the rail trail and support increased pedestrian activity in the area, including those connections to nearby businesses and destinations?
Madam President, Councillor, I would concur that the hope would be that this particular hotel and the rail trail would do exactly what you just said, which is increase foot traffic and the small and local business ecosystem, yes.
Wonderful. So, Mr. Good, do you think that this type of project then would really increase sort of the economic activity, walkability, and that neighborhood connectivity as a positive outcome for the Old Town and the Sawmill area?
Madam President, Councillor, yes.
Thank you.
Is that it, Councillor Tess?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just was wondering if the sponsor would be interested in deferring a little bit on this. I think I heard that we would want to work together to come up with a plan with the neighborhood, since we haven't talked to most of the neighborhood in the area. I think obviously we can have different opinions on traffic. I think we can also say we want a traffic study as a part of this to make sure that we take the considerations into account. All of those things are something we could do, so that we can get to, because I think just looking at the landscape of Sawmill, right? If I wanted to get a hotel, there's not a lot of mid options for folks that, like, let's be real, let's have both conversations. There's not a lot of options for folks to not pay high-end hotel prices at places that we already have. And that's just the truth, right? And so I think it would be good to have a more affordable option in this neighborhood for families who are visiting to stay. Because I, for one, cannot, hang out at Chaco, those places. Just don't make that kind of money. And that's okay, we need those. We need that, and we also need the mid-level. But I think what I'm hearing is that we want to make sure that we're going to do the same things that our current operators are doing, working with the community, making sure that a franchise doesn't dictate what things look like in neighborhoods. And so I think my question is for the developer around what are those restrictions for the franchise to make, how much freedom do they have to make those kinds of concessions for the neighborhood? Or is it, and I've worked in hotels with Holiday Inn and Hilton, they're usually not very, they won't give a lot of wiggle room. So I just wanted to ask the developer for this particular brand, is there wiggle room on the design, as you said before? Just talk to me a little about the franchise specifically. Do they allow you to make some of those changes, design changes here, that the neighborhood might want?
I'd like you to pull up that picture if that's possible. Thank you. I submitted a rendering of the hotel. It's very early, but this is kind of the early rendition of what it might look like. So we do have flexibility within the design, and it is a mid-scale hotel. It will be affordable. It's not going to be the luxury upscale that's currently out there. And so, yeah, there is playroom in the flexibility of the design, and that's why we have Angela here. We're going through the formal DFT process with the city to make sure our site plans line up, our building designs line up, and we will meet with the neighborhoods to talk about what this would look like.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. And I think my family sadly had to be in a hotel for 3 months because of an insurance issue with a water heater explosion. And we stayed at one in Uptown that looked a lot like that. And it was a great option for us. But I think I'd ask the sponsor if he's willing to defer a little bit to work with our neighborhoods, figure out a plan with the DMD on the traffic situation, because that is, I just did a panel about pedestrian deaths, so for me, that's a non-starter that we don't have a plan for traffic. And I think we can get there and figure that out if we had a little bit more time. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, are there any other questions? Councilor Buck.
Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Sorry, Councilor Buck, Councilor Fiebelkorn. I didn't see your list, so.
Thank you. Just real quick, I wanted to I had a question for Director of the MRA, Bruner, but I no longer see him. So I'm going to ask the question, and perhaps Dr. Single or Mr. Gruner could answer it. I was reading last week in the paper about the new Albuquerque Metropolitan Redevelopment Area Agency's Community Benefits Matrix, which sounds awesome, by the way. But I was looking in the documentation that we got about this project and all the projects, and I didn't see any of those community benefits matrix. This one is in an MR area, and so I'm just curious if somebody can explain where that matrix is and if we can get a copy of it.
Madam President, councilors, this is in an MRA area. It is also in a historically underutilized, economically underutilized area. It's in a lot of areas. The IRB mechanism that economic development uses is really just to establish whether the capital deck allows the developer to proceed with this particular project. The developer still has to go through all of the permitting phases for a project. So this is really just, I use the term exercise. It's an exercise to understand whether there will be, through approval from the city council, whether there will be a tax abatement that allows this project to pencil. As with any IRB, if the answer to that is yes, and the project will actually proceed, then all of the things you're asking for, the community meetings, potential community benefits agreements, et cetera, can be and will be pursued if that is something the community wants, which communities don't always want, because most projects I bring to you are in industrial areas with no adjoining residential neighborhoods. So that would be the case here also. But no, there's no, I want to be very clear, there's no community benefits agreement at this point because it is not clear that this project will proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. So I am just reading the paper like everyone else, and there was a op-ed from Director Bruner from the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency that says that projects receiving public support should provide real community value, and that's why we, the city, created the new community benefits matrix. So this is not a community benefits agreement, it is a community benefits matrix. This was just last week in the paper. I read it. I think it's great. I'm very excited about it. So I'm asking when this community benefits matrix will be completed for these projects that are in MR areas, and how I get a copy of it.
Great, Madam Chair, Councilor. So we've had the community benefits agreement in place for about 3 years now at MRA. It's used for MRA supported projects, particularly the tax abatement. That's how we have incorporated the community benefits agreement for our redevelopment tax abatement program, which is different from an industrial revenue bond. They're two different financing techniques with different requirements. We have had many discussions in the last 2 or 3 months with the Economic Development Department about incorporating our matrix that we use into their work as well. And I think that's forthcoming. We really want to see that happen. I think we've got ours incorporated into 18 projects around the city right now that are specific metropolitan redevelopment area projects sponsored by our agency. But, we have applied that to our programs, hasn't yet been adopted by Economic Development Department yet. So that's kind of how we're proceeding with it.
Thank you for that clarification. And I guess, Madam Chair, if I can just say to the administration, this sounds like a great tool. I think we've heard from the community a lot tonight that they want some sort of community benefits agreement, matrix, whatever we want to call it. But I do think that it would be helpful in the future, particularly when you're bringing forward a project that comes, to us that is in the middle of a metropolitan redevelopment area that is really kind of, what I think of as serious infill. That we had had some conversation around some of these things before it comes to us so that we could have these answers before we vote on approving an IRB. Again, a lot of the things that the Economic Development Department brings us are, like Mr. Gruner was saying, are not infill in a very heavily dense part of the city. But when they are, I think it would be really helpful if that community benefits matrix or a community benefits agreement or report on meetings that have happened with the community, whatever that looks like, was actually done before it comes here. It would just make our job of reviewing the project a lot easier. Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor
Thank you.
Corn, we've had this similar discussion about the value of the matrix in guiding our work going forward as a city broader than MRA, but want to evaluate where it makes sense and when it is a similar tool or sorry, that exact tool or a similar tool that would make more sense in terms of the type of incentive or capital project we're using it on. So we commit to doing similar work.
That's it. Okay. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions and I have an amendment. So I just wanted to say that, you know, this kind of conjures up a lot of thoughts about what we've done in the IDO, how we've kind of limited neighborhood association participation through through not having to do a traffic study. It used to be like an automatic when certain thresholds were met, and now it's not. And then when we talk about a community matrix, benefits matrix, it's not the same as a community benefits agreement, which really involves getting involved with the neighborhoods and, you know, coming up with some real things that the community wants signed in. So I think I'll leave that at that, but it did just kind of bring a lot of thoughts to my head. But I actually have an amendment, and the amendment is, and I should have done this on the last one, so I'm not sure if the maker of the last one would consider a reconsideration after this amendment, but this is floor amendment number 1, and they're gonna, I think, put it up on the screen. They just drafted it for me. And this is, as soon as I see it on the screen, I don't want to jump ahead of everyone. And this is an amendment that I did when we did the last IRB. So this is on page 6.
Yeah, page 6, line 3.
This is the wrong one. It's okay. You guys just did this now, so. I can go ahead and start reading it. Well, no, I better not. Thanks for your patience, everyone. They just drafted this and are emailing it back and forth to each other, so thank you so much. Okay, I think we have it. There you go. So this is floor amendment number 1 to 02638. And this is on page 6. After line 3, insert a new section 5 as follows and renumber the remaining sections accordingly. Section 5, prevailing wages of the approval of these industrial revenue bonds is contingent on the developer paying prevailing wages as defined in HB 6 passed in 2025 legislative session. This amendment adds a new section which requires the IRB to be contingent on the developer paying the prevailing wage. And this is the same amendment that was put forth when we did the last IRB in this area. So I would move approval. Second. There's a motion, a second by Vice President Champagne. Any discussion? Councillor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So I I obviously love this, but we did pass HB 6 in the 2025 regular session at the state that does this. And so I'm just asking if we have to put it in ours as well, or aren't all IRB recipients required to follow the state law?
We actually did, but since we did put it in the last one, I thought it was important to add the language to this one. So, Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. Yet the other, I seem to recall that the other reason why that was put in the last one was because there was a gap. I think there was a month or two gap at the time, and then that would have been, I think it was July 1st, and so then we went under that. So it's, I mean, it seems, I mean, I understand the intent. It just seems a little, it seems unnecessary functionally.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. So if there's any other additional questions? No, I think I explained why, just because it was in the other one, and I think it's important to have the same language if we're doing two different ILBs in the same area. So I urge your support. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Baca?
Yes.
Councillor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn?
No.
Councillor Grout?
Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
No.
Councillor Rogers?
Yes.
Councillor Tejas?
No.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on a 6-3 vote.
Thank you so much. So with that, Councilor Baca to close.
Thank you, Madam President. A few things here. You know, I was thinking about, you know, you just brought up the point of treating this IRB like the previous IRB within the Sawmill District. I think that's a fair assessment, right? We just approved, or last summer we approved a hotel, more than just one hotel, several hotels as part of that. And to treat this one differently seems, you know, it doesn't sit well with me, I guess, for lack of a better word. Also, you know, Councilor Rogers brought up affordability. You know, Sawmill Land Trust, one of the things that makes it so great is affordability. Like, people can still move there and buy a house, even if you're not wealthy. And throughout Old Town and West Old Town now, gentrification is a real thing. So having an affordable hotel in the affordable neighborhood just seems like the right thing to do. That said, it's Sawmill Land Trust. Like, it is, you know, this is a group that has worked hard to create that area, and they deserve to have, not only deserve, like, I think it absolutely must have some say in what gets done in the neighborhood. Not to say that they have carte blanche or anything like that, because I don't think that's right. Traffic, I got plenty of thoughts on that, but I would, you know, I think it is important that Land Trust folks get to have time to sit down with the developer on this one, just to go through some of that, right? We saw a drawing that I thought was great, but that's just me. I don't really think about stuff like that. I got scientist brain. I'm more looking at numbers and so forth. I have no aesthetic ability. So with that, I would like to move deferral till our next meeting in August, our first one. I do support this project. I'm not, you know, I think it's an affordable hotel within an area that's becoming increasingly expensive for families to visit is an important thing, but I also believe the Land Trust needs to have some say, so I would move deferral.
There's a motion, a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for a deferral. Any questions? Madam Clerk.
Councillor Baca?
Yes.
Councillor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councillor Grout? No. Councillor Lewis?
No.
Councillor Rogers?
Yes.
Councillor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Passes on a 5-4 vote.
So with that, we are deferring this to the August 3rd meeting. So thank you so much, everyone. So now we are on to Councilor Tejas by request, R35.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, this is, sorry. So this is approving the application and petition of Pulte Homes in New Mexico for formation of the Sabio Ridge Public Improvement District pursuant to the Public Improvement District Act as amended and City Ordinance Enactment 2003-12 Council Bill for substitute 0384. Did I say that right? Yes.
A second.
0384.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Lewis for R35. Counselor Tejas to open, but we're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's the connection.
Is that a little bit better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, can I also want to move the floor substitute, which is found in your iPads.
Madam President, I move the floor sub.
So those, I'll say the motion is by Counselor Tejas and the second is by Counselor Lewis for a floor sub. So are there any questions on the floor sub? Counselor Tejas, you want to open on the floor sub? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam President. Well, you know, I just want to start by saying I really support the resolution. Albuquerque obviously needs more housing. That's very important here. And at the same time, you know, we just need to say, we can't continue to say that we support affordability while opposing nearly every opportunity to increase our housing supply, right? Because we need it. But at the same time, we need to be able to ask really thoughtful questions about long-term public impacts to these processes. And throughout my review of this resolution, I have raised a lot of questions. And I want to thank, you know, Attorney Muirhead for helping me in answering a lot of those questions. Regarding, you know, life cycle fiscal impacts, long-term sustainability considerations, a lot of the PID framework and how it works today. And so the city's PID ordinance was adopted obviously more than 20 years ago, okay? So we've seen a lot of significant changes related to housing affordability, infrastructure costs, and I think it's just appropriate to be asking these type of questions. But I realize right now at this point that the applicant has come before us under the rules that currently exist today and based on the information that's been presented. The proposal by Pulte appears to be consistent with existing ordinance. And so while I do have concerns about modernizing our policies here as a reason, it's not a reason to deny housing that is otherwise compliant with our current framework. And so I believe we should be supporting this project while also committing ourselves, especially considering all the conversation we've been having so far this evening, that we need to update a lot of our ordinances under frameworks. And so we have to have these future conversations about how we can strengthen transparency and protections and sustainability and community benefits within our PID policies moving forward, within our MRA policies moving forward, whatever that might be. But for all of those reasons, I am supporting this resolution while also encouraging, you know, that continued work to ensure our PID policies reflect our present day needs. So I urge your support. Thank you.
So are there any questions on the floor substitute?
I have one question.
Oh, Counselor Grau.
Counselor, thank you, Madam President. I was just reading through the back page, and so if you will just, is it normal to put people's names in here, in these resolutions? Because we have actual names of people that are going to be serving on these terms, and some of these are for 6-year terms. Are these folks going to be around for 6 years? But is it normal to put in somebody's name?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, yes, the statute requires that you identify who's supposed to be on the board. There is a rare exception that I've looked back and they've said they'll be designated in a post-resolution. Okay. So the council is required to nominate or approve, appoint the initial 5 members of the board. You routinely now see, since these have been around for 20 years, resolutions come through generally on your consent agenda where you're approving new members to these various PID boards,
Right.
which is the obligation of the council. But in terms of the initial approval, it does require names, and that actually is the floor substitute, if that was going to be your question, Councilor Feeblecorn, that when it was introduced, those names were blank, and then in discussions with the developer, with the various city council and planning, who they wanted to be on that board. That's where the specific names came
Thank
from.
you for that explanation. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Any additional questions on the floor sub? No? Okay, Counselor Tejas to close on the floor sub. Counselor Lewis to close on the floor sub.
I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Vice President Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
Counselor Tejas,
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
So we're back on the bill as substituted. So are there any, anyone signed up to speak? Okay, Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Lisa Christopherson to speak.
Hello. Hello, counselors. My name is Lisa Christopherson. I am here to speak on a question that I have about what would be included, or could it be included, in this resolution. 2025 Pulte settled multiple federal lawsuits with 20 insurance companies, defective construction, and I had several friends. I myself had purchased a Pulte home at one time. Defective construction is not the word for the roof, for the walls, for the shoddy work that a judge, federal judge, determined Pulte was responsible for. The lies, the shoddy work, the roofing, the walls, and they tried to avoid and avoid. So I want to know what is in this resolution to protect Albuquerque constituents who might end up with a Pulte home if there is some sort of insurance claims for the shoddy work from the subcontractors. Because there was nothing in Rio Rancho, and all those people lost their homes.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes comment.
Thank you. So we are back on the bill. Are there any questions from counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Tejas to close on R35 as substituted.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, again, I just want to say, you know, I appreciate that we are bringing more housing to Albuquerque, right? We need to increase our housing supply. We know that housing scarcity is driving up costs, limiting a lot of choices for families. And if possible, before we close, I do want to bring forward a quick floor amendment for this. Am I able to do that very quickly, even though we're on the close? I apologize.
Counselor Tejas, no, I apologize. We closed. You are on the close right now.
Thank you, Madam President. We were trying to get it in before the close, and we didn't quite make that. But what I will say here is,
Counselor Tejas, can I ask you to hold on 1 second, just so that I can ask the staff, because if it's allowable from some protocol way, but we did close.
Madam President, it's within the discretion of the president and the body to allow us to go back even though we've closed.
Okay, go ahead. Counselor Tejas, go ahead with your amendment.
Great, thank you. So I do want to bring forth one short amendment. It doesn't, and let me see if everybody has it. If not, we can bring it. Garrett, are you able to, Mr. Cornelius, bring it onto the?
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, yes, give me 1 moment. I'll bring it right up. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. While we're bringing that up, I will just say, oh, here we go. Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. I would like to move floor Amendment A1 to R2635, beginning on page 4, line 23, to add the following whereas clauses. You can see, let's see. Whereas the city recognizes the Public Improvement District Ordinance was adopted in 2003, and that housing affordability, fiscal sustainability, water stewardship, conservation practices, and broader community priorities have evolved significantly since that time. And whereas approval of this resolution should not be construed as limiting the authority of the City Council to consider future amendments to the city's public improvement district policies to better align with current community needs and policy objectives. I am bringing forth this amendment to emphasize, based off of our discussion that we've been having throughout this council meeting about the importance of proper guardrails on these different programs and all of these projects, to bring them to pencil, especially considering all voices that we have heard, that we should work as a council to modernize the efforts of the PID ordinance, and that I'm making that very clear within with this amendment. So I move the amendment.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for floor amendment 1 to R35 as substituted. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I'd ask our staff, is this a amendment that you all helped? Are you familiar with this amendment?
Council President Pena, Councilor Lewis, yes, we just drafted it.
Okay, and it just seems to be some, in a whereas, it's more of a policy statement. Is that typical? We're just following the statute here. There are many of these all over the city, Mesa del Sol, there's many in my district, and you really have to have a bill that just follows the statute. This isn't about the developer, this is about homeowners, having the ability to manage improvements to their area. So it actually really gives, the homeowners a lot of say in that, but this is a very mechanical bill. So I'm just concerned that if we throw in some policy statements into a bill like this, if it just sets a precedent that, we may not want.
Council President Pena, Councilor Lewis, whereas clauses don't have any legally binding effect. So as to the effect of these whereas clauses in this resolution, there's no effect on the operative aspect of this resolution.
So, Madam President, therefore, I don't know what it really does, other than just like we can throw in whereases to just about any bills. And I think this would be one where I think it's just entirely inappropriate. Nothing against the sponsor, it's just that, again, it's a very mechanical bill. It follows a statute. It's not meant to, throw in any kind of, policy statement. It's really about exercising, the ability of formation of this public improvement district, and that's really all it is. That said, I don't care either way. Thanks, Madam President.
You talked yourself into it. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm glad we opened it back up, because I think I understand what Councilor Lewis said about the amendment, and I agree. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I do just want to go back to what our public commenter said about the quality of these homes, and are there protections we could put in for that? I think that is more valuable than I think some of this stuff, and I don't even know. I'm saying that out loud, and everyone's looking at me like, "Don't say that," because. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Rogers. I don't think people are saying not to put it in, but we did already close, so we're just allowing for this one amendment that Councilor Tejas. So I think that was the shaking of the heads. So seeing no other questions, Madam Clerk, for floor amendment number 1 to R35 as substituted.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
No.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Bills on a 4-5 vote.
Okay, now we are closing for sure on R35 as substituted. Counselor Tess.
Urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now on appeals and there are none. So next we are on general public comments. Before I read the public comment rules, we are going to go till 7 o'clock with public comments, and then we're going to take a break at, oh, it's 8? Yeah. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. I need my glasses. So we are going to go to break right now, and then we'll do public comment. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. Welcome back, everyone. Councillor Champagne should be with us shortly. Welcome back, everyone. So we're now going to go to general public comment. Mr. Cornelius, can you call the first speaker?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Tabrin Back, followed by Bobby Curtis.
I'm going to have some visual aids. Where do I put things for? Okay, I'm going to do, all right. I'm going to have some things that I'm going to put here. Is that okay? Cool. Thank you so much. Madam President, City Councilors, I am here tonight to talk about positive things that are happening on Central Avenue. First, I want to give thanks to Mayor Keller, the Centennial Committee, Councilor Rogers, and her policy analyst, Ciara Kirksey, for the new neighborhood recognition banners for Highland, Silver Hill, and Sycamore neighborhoods. Thanks also go to the ambassadors and Poop Patrol for keeping Central looking and smelling better. Between Sycamore Street and University Boulevard, there are 4 new businesses, including, let me get that right for you all, between Sycamore Street and University Boulevard, there are 4 new businesses, including an auto repair shop and a Mexican restaurant that serves tortas and frescas. We have 2 new murals and a 3rd is in planning. The Copper Lounge, may I please continue? Thank you so much.
Rogers.
The Copper Lounge has a new bar with stunning decor. There are Mother Road inspired specials at the 66 Diner, and Yasmin's Cafe has applied for festoon lights. While passing out these petitions in support of that request, I have come to realize just how vitally important something as simple as festive lighting can be for small businesses. I am here also to request that this application, as well as similar applications for Central Avenue, be expedited as part of a centennial celebration and to honor those small businesses and neighborhoods that call Central Avenue home. Thank you. And I'd like to show you, we still on? Thank you. We have 79 signatures, and this is just from the businesses on Central Avenue, and also there's 1 sheet from the Sycamore Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Bobby Curtis, followed by Mike DeVenzio.
Hi, I serve as the Grassroots Engagement Director for Americans of Prosperity. I am here today to respectfully ask you to vote no on placing the proposed gross receipts tax increase on the November ballot. Before asking taxpayers for more, we should ensure existing tax dollars are being used as efficiently and effectively as possible. New Mexico already has one of the highest gross receipts tax burdens in the nation, and increasing that burden sends a wrong message to its residents and businesses alike. This proposal is not just about small tax increases. It is about the cumulative impact on families who are already stretched thin. I urge you to stand with Albuquerque taxpayers, vote no on placing this tax increase on the ballot, and focus instead on responsible stewardship of the revenue already being collected. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Mike DeVenzio, followed by Dennis Curtis.
Thank you, Madam President, City Council members. My wife and I are retired senior citizens on fixed income. We understand far too well the negative impact of any increase in expenses and taxes. According to the U.S. Census Bureau poverty data, New Mexico is ranked 3rd in the nation on the list of states with the highest poverty rates, and it's at 18.5%. So in our state, where an estimated 18.5% of our citizens are living in poverty, and gross receipts tax is frequently passed on to consumers, why would you want to add to the burden of our already stretched citizens? With this being an election year, I thought the focus was already on affordability. And an almost 0.5% increase in the estimated taxes, or $116 million a year, that flies in the face of the objective. Better look forward to reducing our expenses and burdens. Please vote the measure down. Thank you.
Dennis Curtis, followed by Melanie Thomas.
Madam President, councilors, ordinance 2642, the hike of GRT, I'm asking you to again vote no. It's already been defeated once. We don't want it on a ballot. There's a $7 million swimming pool that turned into a $70 million swimming pool. Management, fraud, I don't know how that happened, but the GRT tax is going to earn about $113,000 annually for 21 years. That's a lot of money for $38,000 needed for the completion of this pool. We have a 4.2 national inflation rate right now. We have a destructive minimum wage hike going on, and now a repressive tax on top of that. Please vote no. Budget responsibly, lower taxes so that we can make Albuquerque more prosperous. Thank you.
Melanie Thomas, followed by Noreen Gustafson.
Madam President and City Councilors, I am here to ask you to vote no on the proposed community enhancement and local investment tax hike. As you know, a gross receipts tax is regressive. It hurts the most vulnerable and the least able to pay for these increases. Like me, a senior citizen on a fixed income, every tax increase hurts. It hurts the poor, it hurts our doctors, it hurts small businesses and restaurants. And I was very upset when I learned about this tax hike. I learned that also that we have that Dominga Baca Community Center swimming pool. It was supposed to cost $17 million. Now it's estimated at $70 million. I just don't think a tax hike is the way to solve problems like that shortfall for the pool. And I please urge you to vote no on those, the ordinance O2642 and resolution 2643. Thank you.
Noreen Gustafson, followed by Susan Martin.
Thank you, Madam President and council members. I am a widow and I'm also retired. I'm on a very fixed income and I absolutely cannot afford any form of tax increase. Why should the taxpayers be expected to pay for this, the new plans of this project, when the original plans were agreed upon and budgeted? Now with this new changes, they want us, the taxpayers, to use the regressive tax increase by raising gross receipts tax. Let me think about this for a minute. I hope you vote no. Thank you.
Susan Martin, followed by Paul Gessing.
Madam President and member of council, my name is Susan Martin and I am a grandmother raising grandchildren, and I work hard to keep up with everyday expenses. I am unable to retire as life is unaffordable and inflation is out of control, and this will add additional financial burden. Higher taxes affect family budgets, retirement budgets, household budgets throughout our community. Please consider the impact of multiple generations in Albuquerque and vote no to this gross receipts tax, placing it on the proposal on the ballot. Thank you.
Paul Gessing, followed by Brick Jonesy.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Paul Gessing. I'm president of the Rio Grande Foundation, an organization dedicated to free markets and individual liberty here in Albuquerque. We oppose this particular plan to increase taxes. Yes, you can say it's just a vote, but there's a lot of policies I would like to vote on that we never get a chance to vote on here at City Council in Albuquerque on the ballots. This is a regressive tax. It hits the poor the hardest. We have still high rates of inflation. And as we saw earlier in the meeting, we're talking about handing giveaways in the form of industrial revenue bonds to a few favored, well-heeled developers, while the rest of us could be bearing a higher tax burden. It's unfair. It's not the way we should do business. We should find another pot of money to make up for the $36 million, not impose a $113 million annual new tax on citizens of this city. Thank you.
Brick Jonesy, followed by Let's Otvo.
Hi, Madam President, councilors. Police accountability, free speech, crime, these are things that are very difficult to balance. But, you know, I want to talk a little bit about the free speech thing because with that, there's a lot of things that we don't like that's said. Sometimes it's because we don't understand what's going on. Sometimes we just don't like what it is. Sometimes it's good. There is speech that actually isn't protected, like fire in a crowded theater, these things, you know. It's interesting, you know, we watched the 250th year of this nation going by, and it's pretty exciting. See a young man from Albuquerque winning a title fight at the UFC, you know, in DC. That was really awesome. And I just want to say, because he made note of it, even though Michelle Obama may be a man, Donald Trump is a dull orange rhubarb. So I hope everybody enjoys the holidays. Please, please understand we're all Americans, and thank you so much.
Brick Jonas, oh, I'm sorry. Let's Otvo, followed by Sarah Kelly.
Madam Counselor, President, council members, till my dying day, I'll be here at every city council meeting until you folks get your fucking act together. I told you a year ago that your police officers are not signing their oaths of office as required by the New Mexico's Constitution and the U.S. Constitution. You folks have all signed an oath of office. What makes the police and the non-elected officials so privileged is to not have to sign an oath of office? They're supposed to sign an oath of office. All these people that you want to have oversight over, they're supposed to sign an oath too. Get your shit together. Because, you know, it does end up in lawsuits after a while. You know, you can't say, well, nobody told me about it. Well, I'm telling you about it now, and I've been telling you about it, and you're going to hear more about it.
Sarah Kelly, followed by Francesco Artist.
Thank you. So, at various tourist or sales-oriented parts of the Rapid Ride route, one can stop traffic and cross safely within a minute at the press of a button. At the majority of non-major, not entirely consumer or less than tourist-focused crossings, if one arrives at the signal a second after the light has turned, safe pedestrian crossing time will not be indicated, and the light may be very short, depending upon how many vehicles also wish to cross. Those pedestrians siding with safety and the social contract, those who for any of countless reasons find themselves circumstantially weaker, who founding documents of this nation enticed with the promise of protection and opportunity of equal rights, those weaker individuals not qualifying for the victim du jour are left holding the bag, which may mean nearly half their weight in groceries or potable water. That may mean missing the last bus or the bus that comes once an hour. I understand the bricks have already been laid. The outside money-making interests, infrastructure, maintenance, I understand the bricks have already been laid. The outside money-making interests, infrastructure maintenance is not part of the American dream or Albuquerque's Constitution. But the subsistence of lowly pedestrians does also contribute to the pyramid scheme that is government, and would pay more
Thank you, ma'am.
were it better tended.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Francesco Artist, followed by Lisa Christofferson.
The purpose for discipline of lawmakers is the protection of the public, the profession, and the administration of justice. I have additional information for each city councilor, plus a courtesy packet for the Chief Financial Officer of the New Mexico Department of Justice, Chief Administrative Officer of the District Attorney, Chief of Staff of the New Mexico Attorney General, Deputy State Auditor, Certified Fraud Examiner, all beautifully wrapped up in the current Albuquerque Chief Financial Officer, Madam CFO, Attorney Carla Martinez, and top FBI guy in all of New Mexico, now in charge of Albuquerque Law and Order in the form of Public Safety Executive Director Raul Bujana. Sorry for mispronouncing that. Receipt be noted, like you guys like to say, and I look forward to a follow-up as soon as possible.
Lisa Christofferson, followed by Debbie Reynolds.
Hi, my name is Dr. Lisa Christofferson. Today I speak as the founder and managing director of New Mexico Stronger Together Coalition. I speak to three matters today. 4 murders, shots by cops, increased incarcerations of unhoused, unsheltered folks and those with mental health issues, and the discriminatory practices at city council meetings. So 4 murders in 2 weeks. APD is still the deadliest police force today, according to the Department of Justice and the FBI websites that I looked at again today. These cops are not differentiating between any of the criminalization of poverty practices that have been passed by this city council and signed into law or let be law by our Mayor Keller. So day after the sidewalk ordinance, people got tickets for sitting. Now we got people who are getting yanked up off the sidewalks, and we have MDC officers who are getting hurt because they were left without resources and training over there at the MDC. So we need to get some sort of mental health, if that's what I'm asking, could we please? And all of the things that you do, can you include mental health programming in your decisions?
Debbie Reynolds, followed by Sue Gwinnett.
Madam President and councilors, thank you. Thank you for your work. I'm here again to speak against a tax increase. You were all sensible enough to vote that down a month or more ago, and I would ask you to do the same again tonight, whether it be by ordinance or by resolution. It seems unfair that people throughout the city, people in the International District, people on the West Side, have to fund something for the most elite part of the city. Why should the West Side or the other people around town have to fund this? It seems that we ought to be able to get a bond issue or some other means of taking care of this swimming pool. And the fact of the cost overruns is just abhorrent, from 17 to 70 million. If this were my money, if this were my project, I would have something to say about that. It is our project. Does the city have anybody that has a construction background or some sort of information that could help them understand why this is happening? We need to get it under control. Please vote no.
Sue Gwinnett, followed by Grace Dukes.
Madam President and members of the council, thank you for giving me this time. I'm encouraging the council to reject putting the ordinance 2642 concerning the GRT tax on the ballot in November. This GRT tax is a regressive tax with a sunset in 21 years. One of the main objectives of this GRT is to finish the pool at North Domingo Baca. That pool will be mostly benefiting people living in the Northeast Heights. There has to be a more equitable way to raise this money needed to finish this pool without taxing all of Albuquerque for the next 21 years. Thank you.
Grace Dukes, followed by Tiffany Cunningham.
Madam President, you made it clear you don't want to hear from us. Public comment is the most important part of these meetings, not the inconvenience you treat it as. It is the one moment the people you serve get to look you in the eye and tell you what we think. And what do y'all do with that? You give us 1 minute, you drag people out, you play on your phones, you sneak things through like nobody's watching. Well, the internet's watching because it's not 1926. And let's be clear about who gets cut off and who gets to keep talking, because it's never random. Someone with money gets unlimited time and the benefit of the doubt, as you proved earlier. But anyone who never funded your rise, you sick APD on them like a mob boss. They get APD behind them, they get dragged out for the crime of speaking. The decorum rules here are enforced against those who you find inconvenient and are harmed by what you do. That is suppression of our First Amendment rights in the name of keeping control that you don't have. And I'll ask sincerely, what deal did you make with Dan Lewis to get that gavel? Because how much more suffering, how many more dragged out before you find the spine to serve the people who sent you here and end this government by the worst and most unqualified, this cacistocracy?
Tiffany Cunningham, followed by Keith Murray. Keith Murray, followed by Jonah Bearden.
Good evening, Madam President, council members. I just wanted to readdress some things from our last conversation that we had here, asking about the way forward with some of the things such as your minimum wage hike that's going to come up in January. There was a little confusion. I met with a couple of people, other business owners, and they're a little concerned about the employees of the city that are making $80,000 or less, with a possible 25% increase in their cost of living expenses. Now, that cost of living was interchanged with cost of living, living wage, and things like that. They're all different types of mechanisms, and we use the same verbiage for the exact same things. So I think you're looking at a 25% increase for your city employees, which I commend you for that. They probably deserve it, but it's gonna impact all of us as citizens, as a small business owner. We brought 2 businesses here to Albuquerque in the last 2 years. We're going on year 3 now, and I think a 21-year commitment for entitlements for having the pool and everything else going, I think it's going to be a little bit hard to swallow for everybody. Thank you.
Jonah Bearden, followed by Mitchell Gibbs. Mitchell Gibbs, followed by Paul Reardon. Paul Reardon, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. I want to bring to your attention the impact of a family court system where delay itself becomes a strategy and deciding factor. My name is Paul Reardon. I am a veteran, a flight paramedic, and most importantly, a father of 4 children who were 2, 5, 6, and 9 when they were taken from my home while I was at work. That was 3 years ago. I contacted law enforcement, cited state statutes for felony custodial interference, and every agency told me that it was a civil matter, so I turned to the courts, and orders were issued to preserve the status quo and protect my children, but they were never enforced. For years, I was separated extrajudiciously from my children while maintaining joint legal and physical custody in the eyes of the law. Today, they are 5, 8, 9, and 11. The court recognized that the initial disruption caused harm, but by the time that the case was heard, the passage of time had become more important than restoring the status quo. I recognize the difficult work our judges do. My concern is whether or not the system can act quickly enough when childhood itself is passing. What good are laws, court orders, and procedures designed to protect children during litigation if they cannot be enforced in a time frame relevant to their childhood? 3 years of delay in a lawsuit is an inconvenience. 3 years of delay in a child's life is a childhood, and my youngest son's, that's over half of his. Thank you.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Althea Atherton.
Okay, my name Ted Niemiski. I like to cover my 2 minutes from the final edit. So anyway, Bernalillo County Commissioner, basically businessman, not BS. Here, city councilor, all about BS, screwed up people. More rules, regulation, taxes, wages, etc., increases against general public. Again, mommy, daddy, brother own small separate businesses. Daughter increasing wages, minimum of 50%. How you like that? Now, big corporations do not care dividend of people. Between Las Lunas and Berlin, P&M cover 1,000 acres with glass panels. What do we get? Higher wages. They get, I got 9 minutes. They get tax millions of taxes. That's multi-billion-dollar development. Racist isn't taxes.
Althea Atherton, followed by Mara Beck.
Madam President, congrats on almost making it to summer break. While this fiscal year wraps up, I have a few ideas I wanted to share to help make these council meetings more accessible and equitable. One would be the meeting time. Democracy Dies in Darkness is about freedom of the press, but I can't tell you how many bedtimes I've missed to be here, always my toddlers, and often my own. Please consider starting earlier or maybe meeting more frequently so we can get to bed on time. Next would be transit equity. I can't tell you how many times I've missed the last bus to be here for a decision about the bus. In addition to parking passes, maybe tying meeting times to ART's hours of service, or even providing rideshare codes or more flexibly scheduled Sunvans for people who need them would help bridge the transit gap. And also childcare. After many attempts, I've figured out that my children are the wrong age to watch a Zoom meeting on a computer. And so they hang out with their dads on Monday night, and I'm here. But many single parents don't have that kind of help, and it would be helpful if there was a childcare provided. Also, food access, considering subsidizing the cafe to be open on council nights, having bio breaks every 2 hours. And I just wanted to say thank you for adding title to the public comment form, but I would love to also see pronouns too. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind leaving your suggestions with the staff? That way we can look them over. Thank you so much.
Mara Beck, followed by Sharon Eastvold on Zoom. Sharon, oh, here she comes. Sharon Eastvold on Zoom.
Is there a way I can screen share?
Unfortunately, there's not.
Okay, all right. I sent you all a picture. Madam President and councilors, in speaking with several city staff members, it was clear that none of them had actually been out to the current GSI construction site on Summer and Lavetta Northeast. This project began February 2nd of this year and was proposed to end July 15th. It has already been extended to sometime in August. There will certainly be cost overruns to the combined total of $16.5 million already spent. This project does not fit the definition in the ordinance nor the Municipal Development Manual for green stormwater infrastructure. No less destructive alternative was ever considered. There is no demarcation between a simple GSI tree planting or small garden harvesting of stormwater, and this industrial strength version shown in the picture that I sent you earlier today. Please vote no on ordinance 26. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam President, we had a couple withdrawals, and Sean Kinney, Nestor Lopez, and Darlene Gomez are not found in Zoom, so that concludes general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are now on approvals. Councillor Feeblecorn, EC 174.
Thank you, Madam President. EC 174 is an update on the city department efforts related to pollinator protection and conservation, and I move a do pass.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Councillor Bassan for a due pass of EC 174. Mr. Cornelius, do we have someone signed up to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. Alan Smith signed up to speak.
All right, thank you, councilors. Just wanted to express my support for this. I think there's a lot of good things in here, and just appreciate all the momentum around these programs. I think, you know, strategies like integrative pest management and trying to plant more native plants are all good things, and are just good for the city long term. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, I skipped over them. I didn't think so. Okay, anyone signed up to speak? Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So we've been waiting for this for a while. I'm very glad it's finally here. Thank you, Director Simon. I saw you in the audience. I do want to just make a couple of comments on this. One is that if you notice, there have been 3 pollinator gardens added under this program. They're at Cutler, Quigley, and Altura Park. Those are all in my district, and I'm very, very thrilled to see that. And I will not bring Director Simon up here, but I do want to just point out, we just recently had a training with the Xerces Society on IPPM, which is Integrated Pest and Pollinator Management. But I am worried, Dr. Single, Edmund, that we've had this on the books for 3 years now. I think we are doing some of the IPPM, but I think our books all still say IPM, and I don't think that we have added in pollinators into our standard operating procedures, and I would like to see that. But with that comment, I urge your support.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Baca.
Yes.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councillor Grout.
Yes.
Councillor Lewis.
Yes.
Councillor Rogers.
Yes.
Councillor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are now on final actions. I am going to move item I to the first item this evening. And I know we have people from the Flamenco Institute, and I don't want to have them wait till the end of the meeting. So we are now on item I, and Vice President Champagne, if you want to introduce that bill.
Thank you, Madam President. R 2650 is adjusting the fiscal year 2027 appropriations for certain funds and programs within the budget. Looking for it now.
Move to pass.
I'm going to move for a due pass, please.
Second by Councilor Baca for a due pass of R50. Are there any, I don't think anyone has signed up to speak. Did anybody from the Institute sign up to speak? Yes, okay, we'll go to that first.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Bianca Ortiz Wertheim, followed by Marisol Encinias.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. Thank you so much for consideration of this funding and this ordinance. No, it's not an ordinance. It's a resolution. I serve on the board of the National Institute of Flamenco, and I am here in support of it. It is one of the Albuquerque's major cultural tourism assets. And over the last 3 years, for example, of the completed festivals, it generated approximately $13 million in economic impact and more than 7,600 estimated overnight stays. I am actually also a student of the Institute. I know, soy muy vieja, but I still love it. And I've been able to participate at the festival and the workshops and also participate and view the beautiful performances. And when you're in the studio with other people, you know that this stat is true because we have individuals from Detroit, Oklahoma, and Texas and other places. So thank you so much for your consideration. I appreciate it.
Marisol Encinias, followed by Gabriela Baca.
Madam President and councilors, thank you. My name is Marisol Encinias. I'm the Executive Director of the National Institute of Flamenco, and I'm here to respectfully ask for your support of R 2650. My mother, Eva Encinias, started Festival Flamenco in 1987. For more than 4 decades, this work has helped make Albuquerque one of the most important flamenco communities in the world. Festival Flamenco is not only a series of performances, it's the engine behind a year-round institution, a school, a professional company, youth programs, community education, outreach across the state of New Mexico. Over the last 3 years, as Bianca Ortiz mentioned, it's produced approximately $14 million in economic impact, 8,000 overnight stays, supported 190 full-time equivalent jobs. The National Institute of Flamenco currently employs 32 employees year-round, more than half of them being artists. A $50,000 investment moves through this community many times over. This year, over 100 students will receive scholarships to the festival. Access to arts excellence is not a luxury. It changes young people's lives. Thank you. This would be a one-time support, and it would protect a proven asset for Albuquerque. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabriela Baca, followed by Fabian Cisneros on Zoom. Fabian Cisneros on Zoom.
Good evening. My name is Fabian Cisneros. I am a teacher, flamenco teacher and educator in the city of Albuquerque, and I urge your support. In 1998, as a young teenage boy, I found my way to a festival here in Albuquerque, and it radically changed my life. I've become a flamenco dancer, I've become a flamenco teacher, and hundreds, without exaggeration, have benefit from this opportunity that the festival presents to us. I am also involved through the National Institute of Flamenco as the Director of Juvenil, which is a program that's dedicated to serving young people in a very high-performance, intensive space. I am also pleased to say that many of my students are benefiting from another scholarship program that Marisol just referred to, where the students get to see hundreds of performances in a year. And so I beg you guys to please consider supporting this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from councilors? Seeing none, Councilor Baca to close.
I urge everyone's support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Beeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are now on, under final actions, item A, R43. Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, R43, adopting a proposition to be submitted to the voters at the next general election concerning the imposition of a .4875 municipal gross receipts tax for essential services to be known as the Community Enhancement and Local Investment Tax, and providing the form of a question and the designation clause for such question on the ballot. I move it do pass.
Second. There's a motion and a second for due pass of R43. I was the second. Would you like to open?
Yes, please, Madam President. I actually would like to move the amendment first and then open, if I may. Madam President, I would like to move Amendment 1. It is 100% technical and nothing substantive. It is just formatting, and Ms. Coulidon can answer any questions if any counselors have them. I'll move Amendment 1.
Second. There's a motion and a second for floor amendment number 1 to R43. So did you want to?
It's, Madam President, the amendment is just a technical amendment for formatting. If any counselors have questions, Ms. Coulidon can answer them.
Yeah, any questions? Seeing none, Counselor Vincent to close.
I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are back on R43 as amended. Counselor Bassan to open.
Madam President, I want to, many of the comments that I had about a month ago remain the same. I did not take the idea of proposing a tax increase very lightly. It is not for just one project. Instead, actually in the bill, it's been made even more specific than it was the previous time, to where even included in the title are the details of the percentage and what it will go to, which will be the 0.4875 if approved by voters in November. 0.4875 will be, gross receipts tax will be imposed. Half will go to operations, wages, and essentials, and then the other half will be split equitably 10 ways, not just for one district and one project, but 10 ways, so that every council district and the mayor are able to choose a capital project or capital projects that would roughly get to and accommodate, create about $36 million per district and the mayor. Again, it's equitable, not equal, but each counselor would be able to decide what they would want to do for their district and for their priorities. I did try, since even the last time, even since before that, I tried every possible other opportunity when it came to capital. But in addition to that, I think that if I was going to do something like this, it was going to have to be something for the whole city. If the city's paying into it, it should not go to one district. It should go everywhere. And I think that this is something that we keep struggling with catching up on certain things, or we want to see big change. It was not a mismanaged project. I think that everyone has said inflation has happened, particularly since 2020. This project, every other project, every budget is no different. It's touching everyone, no matter their income level or not. And then I will say I did look up on the Office of Equity and Inclusion again, just to verify if the social vulnerability index that I used in 2020 and 2021 had changed. It really hasn't changed much. It might be in some details, but for District 4, there still are some vulnerable populations in that district, and I do think that it is important that we shouldn't stereotype just one part of town, even if it is spread, and maybe a more affluent area, but this is going to meet the needs, this project will meet the needs of the state in a lot of ways, but most importantly, this project, not this project, but this bill is going to be able to make an impact, if approved by voters, in every single part of the city, in whatever way each counselor would deem appropriate and within their preference. I do, Madam President, I know that this is an open, but I do want to ask Mr. Muirhead to come down and clarify a couple of things, please.
Yes.
And then I also want to ask the administration their opinion about this gross receipts tax and whether or not, and so I'll get to that. But Mr. Muirhead, particularly there's been a concern over the 21-year sunset that was put in here, which, by the way, to you, Madam President, and the rest of the councilors, was another concern last time, was that we needed to have a sunset. It shouldn't be something in perpetuity. So that has been written in here, and it was the intention last time as well. But in working with you, Mr. Muirhead, you had determined that 21 years is the number that we could go with versus 20, and you had your reasons why. If you can please maybe elaborate for the council as to that, as well as if we did decide to, I'm giving you multi-levels on this. We did decide too that this should be for projects that we can make happen. Otherwise, we're going to be chasing our tail again and again and again on things, and inflation is going to continue happening. So I think every counselor has expressed that there are things to do in their district. So that is why there is a deadline in there, but I don't think that any one of us will have a hard time picking something to be able to spend this funding on. But if you can please talk about the 21-year sunset, because that was a little odd for me too at first.
Okay, Madam President, Councilor Bassan, the 21 years relates to giving time for a 20-year maturity of the bonds. So at 20 years, at 113 million produced annually, produces about 360 million in a bond issuance should this pass and should you decide to move forward. This tax doesn't go into effect until 27, and so by the time the bonds are issued, you would need 20 years post that bond issuance to pay the tax. So the 21-year sunset allows that 1 year of everything getting up and running for the tax to be in place, revenues to be produced, to then issue the bonds, everybody get their projects identified in that period of time, to issue the bonds and maximize that at the full 360 so that every district and the administration has a project that they determine that happens in that year to year and a half. And then once those bonds are issued, the 20-year maturity maximizes the 113 million a year to the 360 million total. That ties back to Councilor Bassan's reference to 36 million per the 10 split. And that's really just driven to give the full 20 years for the bond's maturity.
Thank you, Mr. Muirhead. And Madam CAO, can you weigh in on what the admin's position is on if this were to pass by the voters, what the admin thinks about the 10-way split, about what it could do for the city of Albuquerque?
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Grout. Man, it's already a long night. Excuse me, Councilor Bassan. I think we believe that sending this to the voters is an important opportunity for the voters to weigh in and give us the ability to understand where they stand on this. If the way this is structured at this point, it allows for us as a city to prioritize projects within each district and ensure that each council district and the mayor have the ability to work together and determine what we can get done in a timely fashion and provide enhancement within all the way across the city in districts. It also is organized or structured in a way that allows for operating funding related to cost of living, and I think that we have had a lot of discussion here at City Council related to the pay for employees, the issues we have related to class and comp studies that we have done, and ensuring that we are competitive in the market. And I believe that is the way this is organized, is to ensure that we have funding that relates to that and supporting us in that space. But the reality is the voter, with the way this is written, the voter sending this to the voters will allow for that decision to be made at the ballot box.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
We have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, we do, Madam President. First up, we have Christy Martinez, followed by Gerald Simnacher. Excuse me. Gerald Simnacher, followed by Catherine Simnacher.
Good evening. I was all prepared to talk about the North Domingo Baca swim project. And now I see this is just a lot of free money that's going to be floating around for 21 years. There's nothing committed, nothing written down, just 21 years of free money. I don't understand. Thank you.
Catherine Simnacher, followed by Cheryl Armstrong.
I'm Catherine Simnacher, and I was here the last time we voted this down, that you voted this down. And I was very proud of you. And Madam President, I missed your last meeting when the minimum wage issue was brought up. And so all of this just drives me crazy that with our doctor shortage, this continues, then small businesses are only going to get it hurt worse more by this tax if you put this on the ballot and it gets passed with our very uninformed voters. They don't see that word tax because it looks just like another bond, and they always either vote all no or all yes. And so I just see this as being a real double whammy on small businesses if it passes. And then the fact that I have this feeling that when the 21 years is up, it gets voted on again, just like all the other bonds forever. Thank you.
Cheryl Armstrong, followed by Joel Villarreal. Joel Villarreal, followed by Augustine Romero.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Joel Villarreal. I represent the employees here within the city of Albuquerque, and I come here in support of Resolution 26-3. We are thankful to you all for the work that you did on the FY27 budget and finding a way to fund the needed services of our community, while also making our employees who run these services and programs valued by our community a priority in the budget. Whether it be services provided for our seniors, shelter for our unhoused, our public transit, or animal control. The message I heard from our community in these very chambers during the budget workshops was that, if anything, they want to see our city services increase and expanded, not to mention the economic projects which help attract jobs in our community. But this is increasingly pitting these services against the very workers who run them. It doesn't have to be this way, but it will inevitably require more funding. This bill is not an approval of the GRT, but instead gives our community the choice of whether these services are important to us or not. There's been criticism that this is a regressive tax, which is not true. It's a flat tax. In addition, our GRT also exempts food and medicine, dampening its impact on New Mexicans. More importantly, it's the only real mechanism a city has to raise revenue in a city. As the needs increase for the services, the responsible thing to do is make sure we can fund them. Thank you.
Augustine Romero.
Good evening, Council President, City Council members. I'm here in support of the increase in funding our city employees and funding our institutions, funding everything that the public benefits from. You know, it's really important when you live in a city and you take advantage of all the facilities. Those facilities require people to work at them. They require maintenance, and basically this just allows us to invest in ourselves, and we all benefit from that. Thank you.
Madam President, I'm unable to locate our Zoom speakers, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
So any questions, comments from councilors? Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. This would be just a couple of questions, and I don't know if it goes to the sponsor or the administration, but it says in there the purpose of the dedication of this tax revenue is to further a certain thing, but 50% will go to general municipal operations. Can you explain what general municipal operations are? Rock, paper, scissors.
Madam President, I don't know who you're asking, Councilor.
The sponsor or the administration, whoever wants to chime in.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, it would be related, based upon this description, it would be related to general fund expenses for the city, related, for example, maintenance and operations of facilities that we already own and operate and have to maintain. As well as it would be salaries, employee salaries. What's what the cost of living portion of that half of it is related to.
Okay, Madam President, the reason why picked that one because it also says those things that you just defined it. So general municipal operation is the maintenance purposes and the cost of living for city employees, but it specifically says that thing and the maintenance purposes. So it goes into general fund basically. So half of this proposed deal is going to, what is the percentage breakdown of it? What percentage goes into general municipal operation? What percentage goes into maintenance purposes? And I ask this because the other 50% is actually broken down. It's going to be evenly distributed between 10 parts. So what is the percentage breakdown of the first 50%? How much is going to go to the city employees?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the language in terms of drafting it, in terms of operation and maintenance, is really, in my view, was just to distinguish it from capital. And so you're summarizing it correctly, that the 50% is going to go into city operations, not tied to capital improvements. How that breakdown happens in terms of cost of living, I'm not involved in those discussions, so I wouldn't have an answer to that going forward. It would be part of the budget process.
Okay.
But in terms of the language drafted here for the voters, in my view, was meant to distinguish between capital projects and operation and maintenance, which in my world is the distinction.
Okay, Madam President, Madam CAO, so it would basically be the administration that decides what percentages go where.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, as Mr. Muirhead said, it is through the budget process that would be allocated. So it would be through the budget appropriation that occurs annually, but with City Council, based upon a mayor, whichever mayor would be in office at the time annually.
Okay, Madam President, so this goes back to a further point we had earlier tonight in question of breakdowns and costs, and I think a accounting device that we don't have access to that the administration does. So this goes into budget. So you guys would put this money in the budget, and you guys would decide that 15% goes to cost of living while 85% goes to municipal operations. That could be a scenario, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we would have a proposed budget that would come before you all to consider and make those decisions.
Okay. So that could be an operation. So that then to get this, so we don't have a percentage breakdown. That does through the thing. And that would be decided by the administration through the process of the budget. So in some sense, the administration then goes and says, okay, well, we'll get 50% of this tax, and then another 10% or 10% of the other 50% goes to the administration as well, or the mayor themselves to do other projects. So in a sense, we're going 60% operations and 40% to council and the other stuff that we're doing.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I believe the way it is written is that 50% goes to capital projects. So, and it's split 10 ways, and it would be a capital project would be 1/10 of, for the mayor's,
chosen by the
with the mayor,
administration.
for the citywide perspective of what he's been, the mayor has been elected to represent. And then the other 50% would be a proposed budget from the mayor, which is then sent to City Council for you all to make final decisions on. So it would be a proposal from the mayor annually. Again, whichever mayor is in the seat annually.
Yes, and we're not.
To be able to propose in that budget for City Council's
So
final
Madam President
decisions.
and Madam CEO, thank you for the explanation. So it seems like a lot of this goes to whoever's in control of the administration gets 50% and then another 10% of the other 50%, which quick math is like 8, I think, 7. So 57% actually goes to administration and the other stuff comes to distributed the other 7% throughout us. So perfect, thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, I want to clarify a couple.
Which item are we on?
We are on item R43.
Okay. I was a little confused that we've gone to 42 and I'm signed up to speak on this.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, I would like to clarify something for Councilor Champagne, if I may.
Yes.
So 50% would go to capital, not capital operations. It would go to capital, split equitably 10 ways. That would be a one-time thing. I mean, each counselor could pick 6 capital projects in their district if they wanted, But that's not every year. That would be what we bond out. And then every year we would have to pay back using that 50%, the payment to the bond. So, and Mr. Muirhead, if I'm incorrect, please correct me, but it would be a one-time roughly $36 million per council district and the mayor for capital projects. The other 50% of the GRT that would come in annually would go into the general fund and come down in the proposed budget by any mayor, and then need to be approved by the council as we do in the process now. I will say that in my conversations with the administration and in my drafting and in my conversations with Mr. Muirhead, the wages was something we had amended last time, saying that we needed to make the 50% for all wages, not for operations. That changed a little bit, which is why the flexibility was worked in, because we closed some of that gap in this last budget. And so we don't necessarily need all of that, but we will need some funding for projects coming online or projects that we've committed to and are coming online now. And so I think that it's really important to recognize kind of those aspects, which is why I would say that the wages thing, it's not just as it was amended last time that all 50% goes to wages, but that's because I think our committee of the whole, Chair Grout, did a really good job too of closing that gap a little bit in a pretty decently significant way. But now we still need more. So that's why that is now in there. But the 50% for capital is not every year a councilor and the mayor all get to pick a new $36 million something.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that extra explanation. So I just want to double check. So in the last budget, which I am grateful that we brought the employees that are the lowest earners up to 25th percentile, correct? So that wasn't everyone. That was just the lowest earners, bringing them up to 25th percentile. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the way I'm reading it, it's only for cost of living adjustments. It's not to bring employees up to the 50th percentile. Is that correct?
Madam President, I don't want to speak on behalf of the administration, but I can tell you from my intent, it is that there has been, and from my perspective of the conversations that I've had with the administration, that there has been conversation about making sure that we do continue to prioritize wages for our city employees. I don't want to put in 50 percentile in this because then we can't, and this is where it goes to Mr. Muirhead too, we can't change that. If it passes and all of a sudden we need 48%, then we're going to have 2% that by ordinance eventually it will be locked in. Ordinance is like soon to follow after this, if this passes. Like, I'm not saying eventually, someday. But I think that that's why, like, there's that limit with the specifics of saying we are committing to this dollar amount exactly, but that's where 50% shall go to wages and operations, but that's with the admin deciding how it's going to go, and then the council deciding if they're going to approve it in whichever year proposed budget that will be.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilor Basan. I think I would like it to say wages and not just COLA, because all it says is COLA. So let's be real to our union folks, it's only a cost of living adjustment if we pass this. It doesn't say wages, and that we would just trust the administration to do the right thing, which, with all due respect to our administration, we've had this study for years, and we have not prioritized it in our budget. And so I don't, unless it's expressly written here, it's hard for me to trust that we're going to do the right thing by bringing everybody to the 50th percentile, which is the medium, guys. This isn't even making us back to the coveted jobs the city jobs used to be. This is just bringing us to the medium section of wages for our employees. So, for me, when we talked about this, I thought this was wages, not just COLA. And so I would like it to say it in here rather than just saying, in good faith, we're going to try to do it. Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, the word adjustment is taken out. Cost of living is the wording because it allows for the opportunity for all types of wage adjustments to occur, whether it is a compensation or market analysis, because there will be a continuation of change. Because if we just said today's study on class and comp being like the standard, knowing that we want to think about cost of living over adjustments, not COLA, but cost of living considerations across time, is why the language is put in that way, so that it would not just simply be directed at COLA. It would be anything related to cost of living.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate that. But again, when we had this conversation last time, I asked for numbers. I asked for a whole lot of guarantees that I just didn't get when it came to, I got 3 different numbers on what it was going to cost from your team, on what it was even going to cost to bring everybody up. So I don't want to belabor the point. We've got a lot to do. I just want to say, for me, it needs to expressly say that in what we're passing. And if it does not expressly say that, then I know that means that our administration in our budget will just say COLA, because that's already happened. So I just want to caution that if we do want to prioritize our employees, it should say that. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. So, I think to be clear, we have a balanced budget right now. We go back and forth over the budget each spring, but we did we're required to by law to create a balanced budget. And so, if 50% of this goes into the operating budget, what that means is that our budget's going to grow automatically. Our operating budget will grow automatically by about $50 million next year if this were to pass. Make no doubt about it, we're gonna this administration and the city will spend every penny of it and spend it every year. But that's what we've been doing for many years. We've been doing that since. Well, by the way, usually when we do a tax that raises the operational fund or the operations budget, it's a public safety tax, and put that before the voters, and it's very specific that this money is going to go for operations specifically for public safety. And so, this is different. This is $50 million per year. You just add that to the budget next year. Let's see how we could spend that, because there's not a need for it right now because we already balanced our budget. And so next year it'll just add another $50 million to it. So it's a good way to really grow the government, especially when you have an administration that has, I think from the first year of this administration, they raised the GRT taxes. In fact, the mayor promised that he'd send it to the voters, and he didn't. It was actually, passed without the voters deciding. So that started it, and then every year fees are increased, taxes are increased, to the point where we go from about an $800 million budget to a $1.5 billion budget. But that's how it happens, because we take and take and take. And so then we come to a point like we are in right now where we have a lot of needs, definitely have a lot of needs for capital projects. And so now it's, what's before us right now is well, let's take it from everybody. Let's take some money out of the pockets of each person in our city, regardless of their income level, regardless of their needs. It's $100 and something million every year that comes out of the pockets of people that live in every one of our districts all over the city. So again, great needs, capital projects. There are other ways to do this, and so. And again, Madam President, and to the sponsor, I'm going to vote no on this, and I think, I want to explain why I'm voting no. I have constituents that have elected me 4 times, and they know how strongly I feel. They feel strongly about decisions like this, and so I feel like I owe it to them. I feel like I owe it to the people I represent and people in this city that want to see the cost of living in the city go down. They're tired of the government, the city government, taking more and more of their money. especially when this administration, spends hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on programs that show no results, zero outcomes. At least they haven't really, proven it, and don't really attempt to prove it, to be honest. We have serious problems in this city, and we've done nothing but continue to take money out of people's pockets for programs that just don't work. And so again, I want to give an explanation of why I'm opposed to this. I think we've heard from a good amount of people here, and appreciate everybody coming here tonight, sharing their opinion on it. Great facts, great information, and I think we need to listen to that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. So I do have a question. If voters approved a dedicated gross receipts tax, how would council independently verify that revenues from this were being coded, tracked, allocated, and spent only for the voter approved purposes?
Who are you asking that question to, Councilor Tejas?
Well, the admin, if they're responsible for the management of these funds.
Madam President and Councilor Tejas, Director Sandoval is coming up to speak to the technical process, but overall, the funding comes into two different fund types and would be tracked based upon that.
Madam President and Councilor, we could set up a separate account for that and collect that revenue in that separate account.
Thank you, Madam President, Director Sandoval. Okay, so our existing, so you would just create a new fund, basically?
Madam President and Councilor, it wouldn't really require a new fund. We would just need a different account number.
Okay. And if council, so here's my problem, and I'm going to preface this before asking my question. One of the concerns I had with the prior gross receipts tax ordinance that came before council was that I don't believe council had been able to responsibly sort of evaluate whether a new gross receipts tax would be necessary. I just didn't, I wasn't sure if we had, existing revenues were being fully collected, correctly coded, spent consistent with the way council appropriations and voter approved appropriation purposes are. And so this is just another concern I have with regard to this gross receipts tax ordinance. It's not that I don't necessarily agree that we should have an increase in gross receipts tax. I just honestly cannot answer that question or not, because I don't know if existing dollars are being spent appropriately first. And this highlights one of the critical reasons why I believe council needs the read-only access to the EUNA budgetary system, because then it would help council understand, and evaluate where gross receipts tax is necessary. With that read-only access, we can see the city's primary budgeting system, understand projected costs, understand whether these existing revenues are being fully collected, correctly coded, and spent consistently. So I think this, the concerns that several of my colleagues have, several of, residents of the city of Albuquerque have, really pertains to the council's ability to materially improve how revenues are tied. And I think, that would be done through EUNA. Is that correct?
Madam President and Councilor, your council staff actually has access to financials
in PeopleSoft. They can pull that information. They also have access to DSS. They can pull any of that information, revenues, expenses, any of that at any time. They don't need UNA to do that.
Well, wouldn't you agree it would materially improve council's ability to understand how revenues are budgeted, tracked, reallocated, and reported? This would help council do their charter authority and obligation of oversight over revenues to the city?
Madam President and Councilor, I mean, I just answered that I think the staff has access to be able to do that now. I think we had agreed to meet separately on the issue of access to UNA.
Indeed, thank you, Director. I just wanted to point that out to my fellow councilors as well. It's just something to consider because we don't actually know how things are being tracked independently of what your office provides us. So thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Tejas, I think there might be some confusion and conflation of what the different systems do, which is why I suggested that we have a meeting with Councilor Tejas so that we can show her, because it's really hard in abstract to really have this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that answer your questions, Councilor Tejas?
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm truly conflicted about this. As the budget chair the last couple of years, I do see, I can see a need for it, but I also see that we could be cutting some of the things that we do. A $1.5 billion budget is a huge budget. It should be enough to run the city. We can't give everything away for free. We do a lot of that. We need to live within our means. We need to learn to live within the budget that we are given. I have to do that at home, and the city should do the same thing. I wish we could do a lot of things for free, but free costs money. But it's not fair to continually ask people for more and more. This year alone, property taxes went up. Convenience fees for our solid waste. I understand that. That is an enterprise fund, and that's important that those services that people are using that don't live in our city, that those prices go up. We have a green stormwater infrastructure bill before us that is going to increase our water bills. Car registrations are going up July 1st. And then we just had the minimum wage increases. I just think we need to start living within our means, make some hard choices. As much as I understand the need and what's before us, I also, I don't think this is the right time.
Thank you. Any other questions from councilors? I will go to a gentleman who I think signed up to speak, and he must have signed up on a different item. So we're going to go to the final speaker after we all had something to say.
He signed up to speak on 42, I believe, which is coming up next, Madam President. I think that's the case.
Oh, so not on this one. But it's the same. Yes. So I think, okay. So there are some people that signed up on the next bill. So if you signed up on the next one, then we're going to leave it at that, and we are done with the speakers on R43. It was my understanding that you had signed up mistakenly. So, okay, sir. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. I really wasn't going to say much, I actually decided to co-sponsor with Councilor Bassan. I just really want to say I think it's pretty courageous of her to put this forward. We're in a position here in the city of Albuquerque. Some of the number one calls I get are for city services. City services that we need graffiti removed, we need the parks cleaned, we need our trash picked up, we need the libraries open more often, we need zoning enforcement officers, we need 911 operators. Those are the calls that we receive as counselors on a daily basis. Yet for me, and I'm going to talk about a little bit of history as well, I've been here some time, and I can tell you that since my time in office, over the years, and not this administration, but past administrations, we really haven't done anything beyond cost of living in any substantial way for the 12 years that I've been here for our city employees. Yet us as citizens have this huge expectation that we want all these things done. Again, like the parks, like all the things I just mentioned, plus more. And when we, the citizens, are the employers of our employees, you're the employer. And I think that it's time that we sit and we help our own employees have a better quality of life themselves, so that they know that the citizens appreciate the work they do. If you look at all our departments, we talk about the vacancies, vacancy savings, that we don't have enough positions. Some people have come up here and testified that they're doing forced overtime, and they're all still doing, our trash is still being picked up every day. Our parks are still being cleaned, maybe not to the level that we want them cleaned, but they're still being cleaned. And I think this is a unique opportunity for us to really be able to put confidence in our employees. And for me, has nothing to do with the pool. The sponsor just happens to be, that's one of the projects that she would be funding. But there's 9 other counselors plus a mayor that's also, in addition to these pay raises for our employees, cost of living, whatever. And to Councilor Rogers' point, I appreciate your comment, Councilor Rogers, but the final say is going to be at us. Whatever the mayor puts down, we're talking about the budget he gives us, it's a proposed budget. It is up to us to decide where that money goes, whether it goes to cost of living or to get them to the 50 percentile. But I can tell you, for me, first and foremost, that is my objective here. Again, my husband, my mom was a state worker. My husband worked for the city of Albuquerque, and I know how hard it is to raise a family on the pay that people get working for the city of Albuquerque. So I think it's the least we can do. Then secondly, the other selfish thing is not the pool. All of us counselors have priorities in our district. And again, for me, since being in office, it's really hard to get capital to your district, right? I talk about District 3 being an underserved district, and I say that because other districts, and I mean this in all respect to other counselors, but when you have like downtown, or if the balloon park is in your area, you kind of get investment not only from the legislators or people in your area, but you get investment from other people because they're regional projects, right? They're projects that, but when you have an area that's underserved, it's a lot harder to get capital to your area. So every year, with the need being so large in District 3, it is really hard to meet the demands of the community. Sometimes people say, well, some of the roads aren't done in the district, and so my capital has been limited. So I look at it, do we do this road, or do we build the Westgate Community Center? Those are hard decisions to have to be made. So this, I think, is an opportunity for District 3 to be able to do a few significant projects in our community, and then times 10. And as a city, we are struggling. We are. And I think that we need to grow. And if we do nothing, we have the same thing. If we try to do something different and build 10, 15 amazing projects in each of our districts, I think that really changes the trajectory for our city. And then if we pay our employees right, I think they're going to be a lot happier providing those services that we all count on. So I will stop there. I could continue, but I will stop there, and I will turn it to Councilor Bassan to close.
Madam President, I think that we have the chance to make hard decisions one way or the other. Property taxes did go up. They go up for everyone, and I've said it before, and actually had a county commissioner tell me that they didn't agree with me on it, and I'm waiting to get proven wrong, but the county uses property taxes primarily in the unincorporated areas of the county. They haven't helped me with this project. They haven't helped me fix the streets. They haven't helped me with code enforcement. They haven't helped me with any kind of economic development. They haven't so property taxes for me, it doesn't quite have the same bell that it used to, because I'm offended that I have to pay more in that too. And they're not putting the money in. This would be money in and money out on us, on Albuquerque. That is a significant difference to me. But I thought that there was a time where we ended up having conversations during the budget where counselors ended up saying, well, let's just do a blanket 5%. And it was not you, Madam Committee of the Whole Chair, but I heard just cut 5% across the board. Well, no one did it. I agree. I tried to cut the budget, and this council didn't do it. I tried to put this project in the budget. The council didn't do it. I have tried to take up the comments that I've heard, and the council isn't backing up those things of saying it's a bloated budget and that we need to reduce it. So I think that if that's going to be the argument that some of us make, then we should be able to hear you walk the walk next time around. I really hope that this passes. I think it could make significant progress for Albuquerque that will be seen by everyone. And that's even if the voters say yes. So with that, I would urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca.
Yes.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
No.
Councilor Grout.
No.
Councilor Lewis.
No.
Councilor Rogers.
Yes.
Councilor Tejas.
No.
President Pena.
Yes.
It fails on a 4-5 vote.
Madam President, personal privilege.
Yes, Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to explain my vote because I think some people might be shocked at my vote. And the reason I have a hard-held value of sending things to the voters, which is why my district does participatory budgeting to decide how to spend our capital dollars in District 6, I send it to my voters. And so I can't be hypocritical on one side and say, I want my voters to make a decision about my capital dollars and where they go for our district, but then, sorry voters, you don't get to weigh in on this one. And so for me, it's a hard-held value that I hold very dear, and I trust our voters. I trust the voters to make the right decision and help us make this decision. So I just wanted to explain my vote, and it's a value that I don't play with, and I trust our voters. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are on 042, which is irrelevant now. So do we have to withdraw, motion to withdraw?
Yes, ma'am.
Second?
Yes, second.
So there's a motion and a second to withdraw 042 by Councilor Bassan. Any questions? Anyone signed up to speak on this? I mean, I don't know if you want to just pass because it is going to be withdrawn, or do you want to, you still want to speak? Okay, so go ahead and call the first speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Noreen Gustafson, followed by Susan Martin.
Oh, okay. So, well, wait a second. So if we're going to motion to withdraw, then do the rules say that we have to go to public comment? Because if not, it's not necessary.
The rules are silent, so.
The rules are silent.
You don't need to go to public comment.
Okay, I think we're gonna skip public comment. And so there is a motion. There is a motion and a second for a withdrawal. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Okay, so now we are on O26 by request. This is adopting a new article in the revised ordinances of Albuquerque 1994, Chapter 6, adding Article 12 to be known as the Stormwater Utility Ordinance, amending Chapter 6, Article 11, Stormwater Ordinance, Section 2, definitions to include a definition of arid, adapted, green stormwater infrastructure, and adding a new Section 15.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Bassan for O26. And do we have anyone signed up to speak on this?
Thank you, Madam President. We do have one speaker, and that is Alan Smith.
Are you here, Ellen? Oh, there you are.
All right, thank you, President and Councilors, and just wanted to express my support for this and the creation of a stormwater utility ordinance and a green stormwater infrastructure program. I think there's a lot of benefits to this, and increasing it throughout the city will help reduce damages from flooding and help filter out pollutants. And I think that other desert cities like Tucson have incorporated a lot of this, and it's really helped with saving water. So I think this would be great for Albuquerque, and I'm supportive of it. Thank you.
So that concludes public comment.
Yes, Madam President.
So, okay, so it looks like we have several amendments in your packet, so we'll go to amendment, I think there's A through H, and I may be a little, where are my amendments? Here we go. So O26, floor amendment A, labeled A in your packet. This is Councilor Feeblecorn and Baca. This will become floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move floor amendment number 1. That is on page 4, lines 23 through 29, adding in the phrase retention and infiltration infrastructure. I'll move that amendment.
There's a motion, a second by Councilor Rogers for floor amendment number 1. Councilor Feeblecorn, Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam President. So we are lucky to have a hydrologist on council with us, and as we went through this, our resident hydrologist said, you know, there's a phrase missing, and so we're adding it in.
Awesome. Any questions? Other councilors? Councilor Feeblecorn, Baca to close.
I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis? Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you. So now we are on floor amendment labeled B in your packet, which will become floor amendment number 2. Councilor Feeblecorn and Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment 2 will be on page 5, lines 7 through 14. We are changing 3 years to 2 years and may to shall, and I'll move that amendment.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Tejas. Any questions, comments, councilors? Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So the original proposal allowed 3 years for the impervious square footage study to be completed. We talked to folks, and Councilor Baca has done these kind of studies in the past, and we thought 2 years was plenty. And then obviously changing may to shall means that we will have a new fee assessment structure at the end of that 2-year period. And I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
We are now on floor amendment labeled C, which will now become floor amendment number 3. Counselor Fiebelkorn and Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 3 will be on page 5, lines 21 through 28. Delete number 2, which says the city may file a lien on such property for such charges, including any interest or penalties accruing on same. Move that amendment.
Second.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is just saying that, we just thought that filing a lien on these charges was a little too far of a step, and so we're just removing the ability to have a lien filed against your property.
So any questions? Counselor Baca to close?
Urge your support.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you. So now we are on floor amendment labeled E, which will become floor amendment number 5. 4. Counselors Fiebelkorn, no?
It's actually, Madam President, it's floor amendment D, which will be number 4.
Oh, okay.
And it will be on page 6, lines 1 through 6, amend the section, and we just want to take out at least 3 on that sentence. So that's the floor amendment 4 that I'll move.
Second.
So there's a motion and second by Counselor Tejas for floor amendment number 4. To open, Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So just trying to get rid of the specificity of at least 3, leaving that decision up to DMD with the knowledge that council really shouldn't have to micromanage to that level. That's it.
Vice President Champagne, no?
Madam President, she answered the question I had.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
So now we are on floor amendment labeled E in your packet, which will become floor amendment number 5. Counselors Fiebelkorn and Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment 5, on page 6, lines 6 through 12, amend section 1 by adding in a requirement that GSI capital projects be prioritized based on, number 1, social vulnerability index scores, and then keeping the remaining items in place.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Bassan for floor amendment number 5. Counselor Fiebelkorn to open.
Thank you, Madam President. So, looking at the list of things that were going to be used to prioritize projects, there was just a glaring omission of the social vulnerability index, and we thought it was important to add that in, along with keeping the other 4 items.
Thank you. Any questions from counselors? Counselor Baca to close.
Urge your support.
You're doing a lot of work, Counselor Baca.
Sometimes you can just get through without having to say everything.
Sometimes less is more, right? So now, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca.
Yes.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Vice President Champagne.
No.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
No.
Counselor Rogers.
Yes.
Counselor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes on a 7-2 vote.
We are now on floor amendment number, labeled F in your packet, which will become floor amendment number 6. And once again, Counselors Fiebelkorn and Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment number 6, we wanted to add in on page 6, lines 13 through 16, the final sentence that says such GSI capital projects managed or led by other city departments must meet the same prioritization criteria in subsection C above.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Bassan for floor amendment number 6.
Thank you, Madam President. So this was just, this section says about programs and projects that are led by other city departments, but there was no clarification that they had to follow the same prioritization criteria that we just passed, so we wanted to clarify that.
Okay, any questions from counselors? Here you go, Counselor Baca, to close.
Urge your support.
So, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you. So now we are on floor amendment labeled G in your packet, and it will become floor amendment number 7. Counselors Feeblecorn and Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment 7 on page 7, lines 26 through 30, add in but not limited to.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Bassan for floor amendment number 7. Open.
Thank you,
Counselor
Madam
Feeblecorn.
President. So we just have this list of other parts of the law that have to be considered, and we just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss anything, or if something new is passed, that we have to follow all of the applicable laws.
Any questions from counselors? Counselor Baca to close.
Urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So then we are on floor amendment H in your, labeled in your packet will become floor amendment number 8. Counselors Feeblecorn and Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor Amendment 8 is beginning on page 5, line 29, amends section 1 by adding a new subsection G, and that new subsection shall say that the fee established and assessed by subsection C may be substituted for a flat rate fee assessed yearly if a commercial property owner provides documentation of the commercial property's water use that indicates that the commercial property, 1, has high potable water use, and 2, generates no substantial runoff. DMD will administer and manage applications to flat rate assessment in lieu of the fee established and assessed in subsection C.
Second.
There's a motion and second by Counselor Bassan for floor amendment number 8.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is really a concern that we heard from quite a few small businesses that are in this 2-year, we just changed it from 3 to 2 years, but in this 2-year period where we're really basing this fee off of basically potable water use, that there were some small businesses that have a large amount of potable water that they use, but they do not contribute more than anybody else to runoff, and that's what this bill is about. So in the 2-year period while we're waiting for the new study to come about and DMD to propose the new structure, we just wanted to make sure that those particularly small businesses, I'm thinking of breweries, bottlers, those kinds of places that use a lot of water, aren't having to pay a fee that's out of line with what they should be paying. And so this gives them the opportunity on a one-on-one basis with DMD to prove that they don't have substantial runoff, that they do have higher than average potable water use, and develop a fee that works for their company.
Thank you. Any questions from counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Baca to close.
Got to take care of our small businesses. I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So now we have a couple of amendments that I have, and they're going to put them up here. I don't have paper copies. And I am actually looking for the amendments on my phone. Oh, here they are. Okay. So let me try to read them. So this one would be floor amendment number 9. And I can read the whole thing, but let me do the explanation, and if counselors want me to read the entire thing, I will. But the explanation is these amendments are in response to comments from the Albuquerque Metropolitan Arroyo Flood Control Authority, AMAFCA. Item 1 would include AMAFCA and Bernalillo County as potential partners to the GSI program. Items 2, 3, and 4 amend defined terms, and item 5 provides clarification for the use of funds. So am I required to read it into the record? No? You want me to? Oh, okay. I can't see it either. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to read it into the record. So on page 2, let me turn my phone sideways. On page 2, line 1, amend 612.1 as follows. The stormwater utility may create passive or active rainwater harvesting incentive credit or rebate programs and or collaborate with other agencies such as the AMAFCA, Bernalillo County, and the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority Zeroscape program to incentivize the use of green stormwater infrastructure practices, conserve potable water, and enhance ecosystem services. The Department of Municipal Development shall propose such incentive, credit, or rebate programs to council for the review and approval within 2 years of the enactment of this ordinance. On page 2, line 13, insert the following definition of active rainwater harvesting. Active rainwater harvesting is a method of capturing rainwater from rooftops or other impervious areas in a container such as a rain barrel, cistern, or tank to be redistributed at a later point in time, typically for supplemental irrigation, thereby reducing the volume of stormwater runoff. All projects that capture rainwater must comply with the applicable state of New Mexico laws and regulations regarding management of water resources. On page 2, line 16, insert the following definition. Gray stormwater infrastructure, traditional stormwater infrastructure in built environment designed to collect, convey, and manage stormwater runoff from developed areas, including but not limited to the gutters, drains, inlets, pipes, culverts, tanks, channels, pump stations, and retention basins. On page 4, line 10, amend the definition of stormwater utility as follows. Stormwater utility, a municipal utility housed in the Department of Municipal Development created by this ordinance, which is established to manage stormwater, quality drainage, discharge, and regulatory compliance through a combination of gray stormwater infrastructure. On page 6, line 1, amend 612.5 as follows. The GSI must include at least 3 additional staff members to manage the design, construction, inspection, and maintenance of green stormwater infrastructure projects. A minimum of 40% of the annual revenue deposited to the Stormwater Management Fund must be spent on the GSI program, including relevant administrative costs, and the remainder will be spent on gray stormwater infrastructure and associated costs. And I read the explanation, which it's a lot of information, but I guess I'm going to pause here and just say that this is working with the Water Authority, this is working with the MAFCA, and this is working with the business community to come up with this amendment. And so, and in addition, the last amendment is working with the same partners to just make this a better ordinance. So I move a do pass. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Bassan for a do pass of floor amendment number 9. And questions, Councilor Feeble-Corn?
Thank you, Madam President. I think most of these seem great to me. My one question, and I'm just wondering if perhaps, well, I'm not sure who to ask this for. Let me just ask it, and then we can figure it out. It's the very last part of this where it says that on page 6, line 1, we're going to amend and make the minimum of 40% for GSI, and then the remainder will be spent on gray stormwater infrastructure and associated costs. And I just want to clarify, because we do allow this to be spent on street cleaning, debris removal. Those are not specifically, I think, gray water infrastructure. And so would that be a problem for making sure that we are able to do the street cleaning that we that I, and I think some other counselors really want.
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn, thank you for that question. And as Councilor Pena mentioned, this feedback came from AMAFCA and talking to them, and they wanted to make sure we were doing what we needed to do to take care of all of our infrastructure. And streets do convey water, and street sweeping is identified by EPA as actually, like if you said, the top things that we do to manage stormwater runoff and to keep our rivers clean. Just one statistic is we have 24 direct discharge points to the Rio Grande here in Albuquerque, and so every time we don't sweep our streets, that trash goes somewhere. And so to answer your question, yes, it does. Gray stormwater infrastructure and associated costs does include the street sweeping that we very much need.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Urge your support. I mean, sorry, yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So now we are on the final amendment unless anyone has any others. And this would be floor amendment number 10. And this is on page 5, line 14, add the following sentence to the end of S12-4D. If the administration and city council do not approve an adjustment in fee assessment structure within 3 years of the effective date of this ordinance, the stormwater service fee shall sunset at the end of the following fiscal year. This amendment will sunset the fee assessment established by the ordinance if the administration and council do not approve the adjustment fee assessment structure as required in this section. Within 3 years of the effective date of this ordinance, the sunset would occur at the end of the following year so that the adopted budget would not be impacted. A new revenue source would need to be identified for the storm management fund. And this too this is actually from the business community, just, saying that, what assurances do we have to know that this will sunset if it's not used properly or utilized and the assessment's not done. So I move we do pass. There's a motion and a second by Vice President Champagne. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So, because I'm getting a bunch of questions here. So we did change it earlier to say that within 2 years, we shall have the study completed, and then the administration shall provide a new study. I think this is in line with that because it says that there's enough time to get the study going, then complete the study, have the new fee, and then, at the end of 3 years, we can say it sunsets if they haven't done that.
Was your question similar, Vice President Champagne?
No, she actually clarified it. It was perfect. The timing was good. I just did, Madam President, I wasn't sure if we needed to change that to 2 and reference an earlier amendment, but the way she explained it works great.
It works, so we're good? Okay. So, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure the verbiage fits that. I think I read it differently. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, and I just want to say, I just appreciate all the amendments put forward, especially by Councilor Baca for this bill. Just teasing. And then these ones were, just working with the business community and AMAFCA and the Water Authority, I think, which makes it a really good compromises. So, urge your support, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. And, I know we've been working hard, lots of items on the agenda this evening. We're almost done, but I think we are going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Madam President? Oh. Okay, it's like you got 7.
Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, we are back in session, everyone. Thank you so much. So, Vice President Champagne.
Madam President,
Yes.
all the staff is looking at me meanly. The CAO is angry right now. I'm kidding. I make a motion to suspend the rules to extend tonight's meeting from the standard 10:30 to 12 o'clock, midnight.
Second.
There's a motion, a second by Counselor Feeblecorn to extend the meeting until midnight. Any questions, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Vice President Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Counselor Grout.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Nope.
Counselor Tejas,
Yes.
President Pena,
Yes.
passes on a 7-1 vote.
Okay. So, we are now on O25, Counselor Grout by request.
Thank you, Madam President. O20,
We need to vote on, Madam President, we need to vote on 26. We voted
Madam
on
President, we
Oh,
are
we voted
still
on
on,
amendments. I'm so sorry.
it's okay.
I'm so sorry. So we passed floor amendments 1 through 10, and so we are back on O26 as amended. Correct? Okay, thank you so much. I just want to make sure it was 10. Any questions from counselors? We actually had public commenters. And he spoke. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to double check. And then any questions from counselors? Seeing none. All those, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Vice President Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
No.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
Counselor Tejas,
Yes.
President Pena,
Yes.
passes on an 8-1 vote.
Okay. So now we are on O25 by request. Counselor Grout.
thank you, Madam President. O25 is amending Chapter 14, Article 8 of the revised ordinances of Albuquerque, 1994, to create a tax increment finance TIF board and update the powers of the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency and City Council accordingly. I move a due pass.
Second. There's a motion, a second for a due pass of O25 by Counselor Bassan. Counselor Grout to open.
Thank you, Madam President. In 2024, we approved a tax increment financing district within the metropolitan redevelopment areas. And this ordinance that's before us now creates a board to oversee and recommend projects to be financed with the dollars generated by the TIF. And I move a due pass.
So there was a motion and a second
Oh,
by Counselor
sorry.
Bassan, and you just opened,
did.
Counselor Grout. So we are now gonna go to, is anyone signed up to speak on this bill? There is none, and do we have, any amendments?
Yep.
And these are the ones that were handed to us, correct?
May I say a couple more things?
Yes, Counselor Grout.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, before we go through the amendments, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the MRA over the last year. A lot of thought and research was done on best practices for TIFs in other cities and what will work here. Our goal in this bill is to create a governance structure for tax increment financing. This bill is not meant to address programs, how projects are financed, or how funds should be used. Those details are best addressed within each TIF bill. Right now, we have a lot of MRA districts with incentives for developers. They're not taking us up on them. And I'm afraid if we add a lot of complicated regulations, we'll end up with another pot of money that just sits there unused for years. We are desperately trying to incentivize development that revitalizes our commercial areas. Okay, now let's move those amendments.
Thank you, Councilor Grout. We are now on floor amendment that is labeled A in your packet will now become floor amendment number 1. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. Just before we begin, I just want to thank Councilor Grout for deferring this ordinance and engaging thoughtfully with me on my concerns here. I also want to thank MRA Director Terry Bruner and the whole MRA team, as well as Deputy City Attorney Brian Rowland for engaging in good faith throughout this process as we develop these amendments, or as I develop these amendments. So thank you all. I appreciate it. So amendment Amendment A, which is now floor amendment 1. On page 6, edit line 30 as follows. Just changes the verbiage from duration to term to make it consistent throughout.
Second.
And thank you.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 1. Councilor Tejas to open. Do you want to open on all these amendments, or do you want to just close? Just for the sake of time.
Yeah, no, we'll just close. I'll just close through them. Yeah.
Okay. So, Councilor Grout.
We'll get through them quick.
Thank you.
It's my opinion that the explanation doesn't match the amendment. In the context of legislation and legislative bodies, the word term means a term of office. And line 6 on the same page uses the word term in that context, not trying to be contrarian, but I think the duration is more clear because it refers to the length of a project. So I'm not in favor of this.
Any additional comments? Councilor Tejas to close.
Urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca.
Yes.
Councilor Bassan.
No.
Vice President Champagne.
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
No.
Councilor Lewis.
No.
Councilor Rogers.
Yes.
Councilor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
No.
Bills on a 4-5 vote.
We are now on to floor amendment labeled B in your packet will now become floor amendment number 2. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 7, after line 21, insert the following. The TIF board may recommend enhanced incentives for projects incorporating affordable housing. The board may consider the number of affordable units, provided the duration of the affordability term, income level served, and quality of life enhancements consistent with the definitions and policies established by applicable city ordinances, plans, administrative procedures. Any enhanced reimbursement shall be subject to city council approval. Funding limitations. On page 7, line 22, read letter subsequent section from E to F. On page 7, line 26, read letter subsequent section as follows. Strike F to G.
Second.
Thank you. This amendment really authorizes the TIF board to recommend enhanced incentives for projects to include affordable housing. In making such recommendations, the board may consider factors including the number of affordable units provided by the duration of affordability restrictions, income levels served, and quality of life enhancements. Any enhanced incentive recommended by the board will remain subject to city council approval and available funding. Move for your support.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, Councilor Tejas to close. Urge your support, you said already. So, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca.
No.
Councilor Bassan.
No.
Vice President Champagne.
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
No.
Councilor Lewis.
No.
Councilor Rogers.
Yes.
Councilor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 3-6 vote.
So we are now on floor amendment labeled C in your packet, will now become floor amendment number 3. Counselor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 7, after line 21, add the following subsection to section 14-8-8-8-D, powers and duties. Incentive recommendations shall be based upon objective evaluation scoring rubric. The score will determine the eligibility and amount of the total financial incentive. The scoring rubric shall include, but is not limited to, projected, measurable, qualitative, and quantitative public benefit, fiscal impact, job creation, or retention, infrastructure investment, housing outcomes, redevelopment impact, and long-term tax base generation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 3. Any questions from counselors? Counselor Tejas to close.
Thank you so much. The amendment would require financial incentive recommendations be evaluated using an objective scoring rubric. The amendment establishes the core evaluation categories and criteria to guide the review process while authorizing the MRA to develop and administer a more detailed scoring methodology consistent but not exclusive of the standards. The rubric would be used to determine both eligibility for assistance and the amount of incentive recommended by the TIF board to the MRA. These amendments, again, are not being created. They're not concepts from scratch. These are part of a transparency, accountability, and consistency on how the benefits are designed, evaluated, and measured, consistent with both MRA best practices as well as the COSO internal control framework best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
No.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes?
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 3-6 vote.
We are now on floor amendment labeled D in your package, which would become floor amendment number 4. Counselor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 2, after line 27, sections 14-8-8-3 definitions, by adding the following definition: but for analysis is an evaluation demonstrating that, but for the use of the TIF assistance, the proposed project would not reasonably occur in the same manner, within the same time frame, or the same scale due to demonstrated financial infeasibility, funding gaps, market conditions, extraordinary site costs, or other economic constraints. On page 7, line 17, amend section powers and duties as follows to include a sentence including satisfaction of the but-for analysis.
Second.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Counselor Tate, just so that you can say, I move to pass, I just don't know if formally it should be on the record, so, and then Counselor Feeblecorn seconded. So, any questions? Counselor Rogers.
Thank you. I just have a question, and I don't know who I'm directing this to, maybe our staff, Ms. Delgado, but for TIFs, because I just received my TIF analysis for District 6, and for District 6, all of the projects wouldn't be able to be done without this financing. So would this limit us in any way to be able to use things without an TIF, without that analysis? Or this would say you have to have your TIF analysis first before you can implement a TIF? Or can you explain that for me a little bit better?
President Pena, Councilor Rogers, the intention of this bill, the but-for analysis is really project-focused. So your TIF district would generate funds whenever a project would come forth requesting funding, then a financial analysis would be completed to ensure that that project could reach development or completion with the requested financial analysis.
Thank you, Madam President. So that means every project that I would want to do using TIF financing would have to have a financial analysis?
Yeah, this would apply to the review criteria by the board and for those projects.
Thank you, Madam
Requesting financial funding.
Thank you, Madam President. And then just another clarifying question. The TIF board is one board for all of the city, or does each TIF district have their own board?
Councilor Pena, President Pena, Councilor Rogers, it is one citywide board.
Thank you.
Councilor Buck.
Thank you, Madam President. Director Brunner, this sounds a little bit, I think we already do this, huh?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor, this is part of state statute already, and this is part of our boundary analysis. It's everything we do at MRA. I don't think you'd want full financial analysis on a $500 grant to repaint the facade. So I think this is probably a little redundant and really just not needed because it is what MRA does every single day.
Thank you, Director. I know some of these, I haven't explained my votes on some of these, but I served on the Development Commission, and some of this just feels redundant because it was already being done. So, thank you.
Councilor Tejas to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate everyone's thoughtful questions here. The goal here is really to ensure that the recommendations are supported. So it's not redundant under New Mexico law. It does not, because this act doesn't explicitly require a but-for analysis. And so for the MRA practice, the TIF board, what we're asking is the TIF board to just be consistent in their document analysis. Just to ensure good governance and make sure that we are addressing what we wanted to address earlier, like with community benefits and in favor of rubrics. So I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
No.
Councilor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
No.
Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Rogers?
No.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
We are now on floor amendment labeled F in your packet will become floor amendment number 6. Councilor Tejas.
5. Are we on 5?
Thank you, Madam President. On page 8, line, wait, you have, is that, we're on F, right?
No, E.
We're on E.
We're on E. I'm sorry, I got
My
ahead of myself.
apologies.
My apologies, it was my fault. We are on floor amendment E, which would be floor amendment number 5.
Thank you. My apologies for, thanks for the clarification. On page 8, line 9, amend subsection C, limitation of authority to add, subject to approval from the city council, and the agency shall justify its decision in writing and transmit its findings to the board and the city council by resolution at the next regular city council meeting. On page 10, amend subsection B4, powers of MRA, subject to approval from the city council in accordance with the limitation of authority. I move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of floor amendment number 5. Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask the sponsor if she'd be open to a friendly amendment under the first line, subject to approval from City Council, add if over a certain amount. And I don't know what that amount is, but I don't want to, every little thing have to come to City Council because that could get ridiculous. But I do think having some oversight is good for a certain amount. I don't know what that amount is though. 50,000, maybe 100,000. 100,000 is usually our standard.
Okay, so kind of hard to understand what you just asked.
I'm asking for a friendly amendment, and the first line says, subject to approval from the City Council. I would ask City Council, comma, when the rejected or project is over $100,000 or 50,000. I don't really care either one, but as Director Bruner said, they do a lot of small projects, and, you know, this could cause us to have every little project have to come to council.
Thank you, Councilor Baca. That is in a future amendment. We do not want everything to have to come to council. There is a future amendment to break this up into a tiered system for specifically those purposes. One of the major reasons there is a little bit of broad and verbiage here within these amendments is because as a council, our role really is to set guardrails. I don't want to take away MRA's ability to be able to develop their own policies and procedures. And so this is only when it rejects a decision, but we're certainly ensuring that the MRA has the authority and scope to govern their own policies while we set the guardrails. So it is addressed, and this amendment is specifically if MRA rejects the TIF board rules.
Okay, any other questions from councilors? Seeing none, Councilor Tejas to close.
Urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Madam President, Councilor Baca, just want to verify, Councilor Tejas, did you approve that friendly amendment? No? Okay, so we're back on number 5 as is, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Councilor Baca?
No.
Councilor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
No.
Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Rogers?
No.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
Thank you. So we are now on floor amendment labeled H in your packet that will be floor amendment number, F. F in your packet will be labeled number 6. Floor amendment number 6. I'm so sorry. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 8, line 31, amend subsection meetings, open government reporting, to add to C, meetings, notices, agendas, and minutes and supporting documentation. Going down to section D, to add the annual report shall be transmitted to the City Council via executive communication by August. Section E, the recommendations and findings of the TIF board shall be documented within a notice of recommendation and shall be consistent with powers and duties. The notice of recommendation shall be published within 5 days following the TIF board's recommendation. The TIF board with MRA support shall maintain a publicly accessible website. The website shall serve as a central repository for board information and shall include at minimum meeting notices, agendas, minutes, supporting documentation, notices of recommendation and approval, recordings of virtual meetings, and other records relevant to the board's activities. The approval of the MRA shall be documented within a notice of decision. The notice of decision shall be published to the TIF board website no later than 30 days following approval. The notice of decision shall contain sufficient information to document and communicate the final action taken, including any conditions or findings and enacted by City Council resolution shall be transmitted to the MRA for publication to the TIF board website. Urge your support.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 6. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. My question's for the administration. In here, it says recordings of virtual meetings. I was just told we were moving away and not allowed to put virtual recordings of meetings for Homeless Coordinating Council, for other boards and commissions. I'm just wondering if it's in here, should it be? Because I've been told we should not be posting virtual meeting recordings for boards and commissions.
Council President, Councilor Rogers, right now, we do allow recordings of boards. However, posting onto the city website, I don't know that that's happening because the official record is the minutes that are taken during that meeting. And so recordings once the minutes have been documented, can be deleted. I do not know that we are posting meeting video to the board's website.
Thank you, Madam President. We were for a couple of boards and commissions, but I was told we weren't allowed to do that anymore. So that's why I'm asking the question of the administration, because in here it says, and this would be a board, that we would be posting virtual meetings. So is that something that the administration is okay with? Because if so, on this, I'd like my other ones to be posted.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I'm not sure specifically what the communication is about it, so I don't want to misspeak, so please know. I think there may be some that are formal boards and commissions of council versus other things that we may have in the city but I do believe that our goal is that we are not posting unlimited virtual meeting video based upon just the sheer volume of what it creates for us as a city, but I can't I want to make sure, we'll follow up on the rest of what you're asking about.
Thank you, Madam President. This just came up with the African American Advisory Board. This came up with Mayor's Youth Council that I used to run for you guys when I worked for the mayor. And so I just, if we're gonna say that as an administration, then it shouldn't be in this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Administration, don't we already do this as part of all of our boards? And is there an ordinance on that? Maybe our staff can say. I mean, just redundant if that's the case. But if we don't, then yeah, this is fine.
Council President, Councilor Baca, yes, so the general board ordinance does require posting of agendas and minutes to the board's website that is maintained by the city clerk or filed with the city clerk's office and then on the board's website for the respective department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. But supporting documentation may not be, right?
It may not be. It doesn't exclude it from being included as part of the record on that on the website, but it doesn't implicitly say that it will be. And then the other thing that I noticed is there is a requirement for an annual report that does go to council yearly.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions, Councilor Tess.
Thank you. I want to say, was somebody said something?
No.
Okay, this amendment really just dedicates a sunshine portal for the TIF board to serve as a central repository for board records, requiring the publication of meeting materials within certain timeframes, requires written notices documenting recommendations and MRA decisions, it requires enacted city council resolutions related to TIF board to be posted on a website. It is again, a dashboard, public dashboard, and I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
No.
Councilor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
No.
Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 3-6 vote.
Thank you. So we are now on floor amendment labeled G. Will now be floor amendment number 7. Councilor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. Where did it go? Thank you, Madam President. On page 6, in sections, powers and duties as follows. TIF grants up to $175,000, provided that grants up to $100,000 require approval of MRA director, and grants more than $100,000 and up to $175,000 require approval of MRA director and approval of the director of the department in which the MRA agency is administratively housed. Scroll down a little bit. Grants, TIF grants more than 175. The board shall review and make recommendations to City Council. And then in section L, we're adding an additional requirement of grants more than 175,000. In down below section 1, or item 1, up to 175,000. Urge your support.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I move this amendment.
Second.
There's a
Thank
motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 7. Any questions from counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Counselor Feeblecorn, sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm all for increasing the amount because I don't want to have a ton of these coming to council all the time. And I'm just wondering if the administration agrees that this would reduce the amount coming to council and give Director Bruner more authority on some of these smaller grants.
Madam Chair, Councilors, so I like having more authority over grants, but this is actually adding bureaucracy and asking us to get an extra signature, which we don't need. We get lots and lots of signatures, CAO, financial review, exec review on all of our activities, and adding the extra signature slows us down, especially on grants that are at that level, which we could have a lot of in a TIF that has $100 million in it. So I think I also don't understand what the $175,000 level is based on, or the justification for that.
Thank you, Madam President. So you'd rather have to come to council with the full piece of legislation, go through, wait for council to meet, wait for us to approve it, wait for it to be signed, and then go into law and get a second signature?
Madam Chair, Councilor, correct. I don't know what department we would be housed under. Right now we're housed under DFAS, and we can get a quick signature, but we've lived under other departments too, and I don't know if that's always something that's realistic.
Okay, I'm shocked that to council would be the faster option here, but thanks for the answer.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions. Counselor Tejas to close.
Thank you. This amendment, it was developed to establish thresholds for the grants and create consistent approval framework across the grant-making activities. The numbers came, I mirrored them according to the state auditor's current tiered system of reporting and how audits are reported and established for the type of revenues that come in. So the grant approval authority goes from 100 to 175. The board would remain the recommending authority for all TIF grants, with approval authority delegated to the funding level. And then those lower awards would be approved by MRA, moderate value awards by MRA and the administrative department director. To Mr. Bruner's point, because we don't know where they will be housed, it will be wherever, whoever that department director is, and only the highest value awards will come to City Council. So I urge your support.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
No.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
Thank you. So we are now on floor amendment labeled H in your packet, which will now be floor amendment number 8. Counselor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. Page 6, amend powers and duties as follows. Item 3, redevelopment loans. The TIF board shall review and make recommendation on all TIF redevelopment loans to include redevelopment loans that accrue interest and do not provide for forgiveness of principal may be approved and administered by the MRA consistent with applicable law and city policy. TIF redevelopment loans include forgiveness of principal, including forgiveness in exchange for in-kind services or other performance measures shall require approval by MRA and the department in which the MRA is administratively housed. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to limit the TIF board's authority to review and make recommendations on TIF redevelopment loans otherwise authorized under this ordinance. Below in section B, under section 3, item 3, TIF redevelopment loans in accordance with ROA 1994 section powers and duties, and I move approval.
We need a motion, Counselor Tejas.
Yes, I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for approval of floor amendment number 8. Any questions from counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Tejas to close.
Again, this amendment retains the TIF board as the recommending body for the redevelopment loans financed through TIF and establishes approval standards for their administration. This is to be approved by the MRA loans that include principal forgiveness, including forgiveness in exchange for in-kind services, would require approval by both the MRA and the department in which it's administratively housed. This amendment clarifies that these approval requirements do not limit the board's authority to review and make recommendation on other redevelopment loan structures. I urge your support.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
No.
Counselor Lewis? Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 2-6 vote.
Okay, so now we are on floor amendment I, which will label I in your packet, which will be floor amendment number 9. Counselor Tejas.
Thank you. On page 6, amend sections, powers and duties as follows. B, item 2, up to 50%, provided that reimbursement up to 25% require approval of the MRA director, and reimbursements more than 25% and up to 50% require approval of MRA director and approval of the director of the department in which the MRA is administratively housed. Below that, number 5, TIF property tax and gross receipts tax reimbursements of more than 50%. Below that, and TIF property tax and gross receipts tax reimbursements of more than 50%. Under powers of the MRA, B, number 2, in accordance with ROA 1994, powers and duties, and I move for approval.
There's a motion and
Second.
there's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for floor amendment number 9. Any questions from counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Tejas to close.
Thank you. This amendment established a tiered approval process for property tax and gross receipts tax reimbursements, introduces flexibility by establishing executive branch approval threshold for lower and moderate level reimbursement. The TIF board would continue to serve as the recommending body with approval authority delegated based on the percentage of reimbursement requested, up to 25% by the MRA, up to 50% by the MRA and administrative department director, and anything greater than that would come to, greater than 50% would come to council. This is an amendment that reduces bureaucracy in getting these items moved, so I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
No.
Counselor Bassan?
No.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
No.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Rogers?
No.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
So we are now on the final amendment, which is labeled J in your packet, and now will become floor amendment number 10. Counselor Tejas.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 4, starting at line 23, edit as follows. Inclusion on the TIF board of the following additional ex officio non-voting members shall be contingent on financial participation of the appointing entity in the TIF district and may participate in deliberations regarding projects. Scrolling down, the appointed representative of Bernalillo County or the State Department of Finance Administration for a designated TIF district shall serve as an ex officio member of the TIF board and may participate in the board's deliberations regarding administrative and general actions taken by the board, projects within the TIF district for which the representative's appointing entity provides financial participation. Notice of the appointment shall be provided to the Albuquerque MRA at least 72 hours prior to the public notice of the scheduled meeting of the board, at which such appointee is expected to participate as an ex officio. In addition to the members identified in sections B and C above, any city councilor whose city council district contains a TIF district shall serve as an ex officio member of the TIF board. And I move for approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn for approval of floor amendment number 10. Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, we're trying to get state and county to participate in this so that we can maximize the TIF, and taking away their ability to vote, I just can't imagine them wanting to participate after that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wondering, and I think this question's for the sponsor, have we talked to the county about this, and what is their response?
I have not spoken to the county. We were moving this pretty quickly. However, this is just this amendment really is to ensure that there is no unintended political influences, and ensures that the membership of all elected officials that serve on it are all ex officio non-voting members, consistent with the participation of the city councilors serving on the board for their deliberations. So it is a governance and ethics safety mechanism.
Thank you, Madam President, and I know it's late. This is why I vote to not extend the meetings, because my brain shuts down after a certain time. But may I ask Ms. Delgado, is there city councilors serving on the TIF? Would there be city councilors serving on the TIF board?
President Pena, Councilor Rogers, this bill does propose that city councilors serve as ex officio members on the board, of course, pending that you have a TIF district adopted.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I think my other question for the sponsors, what about the state? Did we talk to the State Department of Finance about, because I just getting my TIF analysis, seeing the difference in revenue with the state contributing and the county contributing, I just would hate to, make them mad before we even ask them to contribute, because I really need them to contribute to my TIF, hopefully. So I just want to make sure we're not inadvertently doing something. So I'm just wondering if the sponsors also talk to the State Department of Finance.
I don't. We may have lost connection. Counselor Tejas?
Thank you, Madam President.
We can follow up on that question if you want to ask your question.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure we have the correct answer on record. During the subcommittee, we introduced an amendment to make sure that change it from 4 members selected by the mayor and 1 by the council. We change it to 3 members by the mayor and then 2 appointed by the council who must be members of business or development or X, Y, and Z. But it's my understanding that councilors are not part of that, and I'm pretty certain that mayor's not going to appoint a counselor no matter which mayor it is. I believe that's correct, what I just said, as opposed to Ms. Delgado's statement that counselors could be appointed.
President Pena, Councilor Baca, your amendments did institute a process for the community representative. So if there were if there was one district with multiple counselors, then those counselors would either jointly appoint a community representative or go through, what do we call it? Preferred candidate.
Right.
However, the bill was originally drafted to include counselors as ex officio members.
Originally, yes, but not as it currently stands. It does
That
not.
still remains, Councilor Baca.
Okay.
Thank you. City Attorney Keefe has a comment.
Thank you, Madam President, and I think Ms. Delgado touched on it just at the end. What she had said earlier is that there'll be ex officio members, so non-voting members, and that is still in the bill.
Okay, thank you. So.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Madam President. I was listening and I was speaking, but I don't know if you all heard me. We did talk to economic development at the county, and I believe Director Bruner has stated they have talked to individuals with the state. So the state, might probably keep changing. I understand that there is, unless this amendment passes, there could be changes to whom the state and the county decides they want to appoint to the board. And so this more, again, is to emphasize really that governing bodies should oversee internal controls and objectives here. And it strengthens the oversight responsibility. It also strengthens the incentive for our state and county partners to participate, because it does incorporate the elected officials directly accountable to the communities instead of allowing state and county commissioners to appoint whomever they want. This ensures that those officials will actually serve in the redevelopment activities themselves.
Thank you, and I can see Director Bruner maybe wants to add a comment to that.
Just thank you, Madam Chair. I have not spoken to the Department of Finance Administration or the Bernalillo County Economic Development Department about this amendment. I've simply encouraged them to participate. I want to note that Bernalillo County in those discussions has insisted that they have a say somehow in these matters that come before them, because their contribution would be significant, most likely, and that is certainly the perspective of the state at the Department of Finance Administration, because if they participated with gross receipts, that would be an overwhelming amount of this. So we structured this in discussions with Councilor Grout to make sure that they did have that voice, so they would be encouraged to participate.
Thank you. So any other questions? Seeing none, Councilor Tejas to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Indeed, this does ensure that the county and the state has their participation included, and that they are the ones who have their voices heard. So I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca.
No.
Councilor Bassan.
No.
Vice President Champagne.
No.
Councilor Peebles-Corn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
No.
Councilor Lewis.
No.
Councilor Rogers.
No.
Councilor Tejas.
Yes.
President Pena.
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
Thank you. So we are back on O25 as amended. And as not amended, I'm so sorry. That was not amended, I meant to say that. People signed up to speak, I think we already did that. Did we do that, Mr. Cornelius? We did, right?
There was
No speakers, okay. So questions from councilors? Seeing none, Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Mr. Bruner for bringing this before us. I know we've worked on this a long time. We spent many hours going back and forth, meeting with council staff and between the administration. And I really think this is a good first step. If we can go back in a year's time, if we see that things need to change, we can do that. But I think this is transparent governance, the structure right now, and for each of the TIF districts, right now we have 2, and I hope that there are more in the future. But I think this one encourages economic development in the most blighted areas of our city, and I look forward to the great things that are going to come out of it. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Vice President Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
Counselor Tejas,
No.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. So now we are on O20, floor sub O27, Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, O27, floor substitute amending Chapter 2, Article 6, Part 1 to add a new Section 9 to be known as the Sunset Review Clause to mandate periodic review process to evaluate the continued necessity, efficiency, and effectiveness of every board, commission, or committee established by the city of Albuquerque. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Committee of the Whole Chair Grout. Counselor Bassan to open.
Madam President, so we as a council, and this is the second hearing on this, but we had reviewed, we had created a task force to evaluate boards and commissions throughout this, and committees throughout the city of Albuquerque. They're doing it 1/3 at a time, and they came up with 2 different parts of their recommendations. And I will actually not steal the thunder of Mr. Chavez tonight. He's probably mad at me for that. But you can go ahead and talk a little bit about the sunset review clause. And then we do have, Councilor Feeblecorn and I do have an amendment as well.
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, yes, the sunset review clause, this ordinance proposes a new sunset review clause that requires all city boards, commissions, and committees to be reviewed on a regular cycle. Under this change, most boards and commissions will automatically expire every 5 years unless the council takes action to renew them. The goal of this legislation is to make sure that these groups are active, useful, and aligned with current city priorities. All boards and commissions and committees will automatically expire on December 31st, 2030, and every 5 years after that. Council can choose to renew or modify or let them expire. If no action is taken, the board and commission will automatically expire and dissolve. The main reasons for this is attendance situations and boards not meeting quorum. Also, a lot of boards, not a lot of boards, but there are a few boards that will be have some exceptions if they're required by state law, federal law, or intergovernmental agreement, and that's pretty much the basics of this ordinance.
Thank you. So before we go to public comment, we'll do the floor amendment first, and that'll be Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor amendment number 1, starting on page 3, line 11, at the end of section 2, we're adding except where such failure is directly attributable to a documented inability to achieve quorum, and then adding 3, where a board, commission, or committee is unable to submit the required sunset review report due to a documented failure to achieve quorum, the department or city staff liaison shall notify council in writing no later than the report submission deadline. The city council may extend the body's term for a period not to exceed 1 year to allow for completion of the sunset review process. Move that amendment.
Second.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is really just getting to the issue that we discussed at the last council meeting. We were just a little concerned that there are some boards and commissions that may not be filled And so this gives an out for the city council to consider, you know, extending for a year if there was an actual problem getting quorum.
Thank you, Councilor Feeble-Corn. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, I just also wanted to add that at the last meeting when we had discussed this, I had read portions of the memo that the board had said that they were in opposition of any amendments that were proposed at that meeting. But after hearing the discussions, the board did get back to us, me, and with another memo saying that they were okay with the proposed amendment here. So I'm sure that if you have additional questions, but the board is in agreement with this amendment.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, to close, Feeble-Corn or Bassan?
Urge your support.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeble-Corn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
So we are now back on floor sub 027 as amended, and we are going to go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Grace Dukes, followed by Althea Atherton.
What this bill actually does deserves to be put on the record. It sets a hard cliff end of 2030 for every board, commission, and committee. And every 5 years after, forever. Each one automatically dissolved unless this council acts, and you rarely do. That cliff sits next to a projected unmet need of $448.6 million that year, roughly half the current general fund. That will force y'all to choose which functions survive, and that's the exact moment where our advisory boards will quietly expire. It's classism baked into the mechanics. Retired attorneys can follow the report in an afternoon, but working parents and shift workers may never get that chance. When budgets collapse, the bodies serving people without power are first called redundant because the people they represent lack leverage. Wealthy constituents don't need advisory boards, they have lobbyists and attorneys. These exist because Albuquerque has none of that. This is Doge on steroids, aimed at the people least able to fight back. And understand the timing. Pass this and leave for the summer, but we live with what you did on the way out the door. Please vote this down.
Althea Atherton.
Madam President, thank you for the bio break earlier. I chair the Transit Advisory Board. I'm concerned that some boards may not be explicitly federally required and thus excluded from the sunsetted process, but are used to meet important federal requirements. So for example, the Paratransit Advisory Board meets Title 49 requirements for, quote, an ongoing mechanism for participation of individuals with disabilities in the continued development and assessment of services with people with disabilities. USDOT empowers municipalities and agencies to meet that requirement how they see fit, and citizen advisory boards are kind of a common way to do it. So I'm just worried about a few things slipping through the cracks. I also want to speak a little bit to the process here. Our board liaison is Margaret Lucero. She's fantastic. She's detail-oriented, and she made sure to send me that survey that was included in that OC 26-1 package that this proposed ordinance seems to be based on. I filled it out with our vice chair. But our responses listed it as anonymous because there was no place to put our name on the survey. And while Ms. Lucero made sure I got the request, I was not reached out directly by this task force, nor were any other members of our board reached out to by this task force directly. I would welcome opportunities for members of all boards to propose solutions to address inefficiencies, information gaps, and vacancies, but rather than automatically sunsetting all boards with a mechanism for exception, I think we can find other solutions for evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Our Zoom participant withdrew, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments from councilors? Are you ready to close? Okay, so Councilor Bassan to close.
Madam President, right before I say the 3 words that really end what we're supposed to be voting on, I want to ask Mr. Chavez, when you all evaluate which boards and commissions to eliminate, like, as in the next bill that's coming up. You all have indicated, at least with everything that was in that process, that if there is some kind of federal regulation or any kind of charter or state statute that requires any of these to continue on, that they are exempt. Is that correct?
Madam President, Councilor Bassan, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I will urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca,
No.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Vice President Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
No.
Counselor Tejas,
Yes.
President Pena.
Yes.
Passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you so much. We are now on P2, Vice President.
No.
Oh, no, we're
26, 28.
Oh, 26? 28. Oh, 28. Counselor Bassan.
Madam President, O28, floor substitute repealing ordinances relating to boards and/or commissions and/or committees that are no longer in effect. Information Services Committee, the Central Avenue Business Advisory Board, Commission on Alcohol and Substance Abuse, Balloon Fiesta Park Commission, Appeals, Technical Standards Committee, adding a new section to create the GATSI and GARTSI Merging Task Force and amending Selection Advisory Committee. I move a due pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for a due pass of floor substitute O28. Counselor Bassan to open.
Madam President, I am going to just kind of lump this in together because I know that there is some amendments coming up, but the big concern, it seemed last time, was the verbiage and the communication and the process for the GATSI and GARTSI boards and whether or not to merge them and how and if. And so hearing from the task force and working with Councilor Feeblecorn, an amendment's going to be moved soon in which the task force and the two of us are in support of and seems to help with that concern. And the rest of it didn't seem to be an issue before, for at least having some closure on some of these other committees, commissions, and boards that are being recommended to dissolve.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. So we have the floor amendment number 1 in your packet, and this is Counselor Feeblecorn and Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move floor amendment number 1 on page 2, line 28. I'm going to just read the second paragraph out. The task force shall prepare a report and recommendation to the administration and city council by no later than July of 2026, outlining a recommendation to merge or not merge the GATSI and GARTSI into one city board. The task force's recommendation must be based on specific findings that have analyzed the potential impacts from the proposed GATSI and GARTSI merger. If the task force recommends that the two shall be merged, and then we go on. I move that.
Second.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is to the concern that we had, we discussed a lot at last meeting. We heard from a lot of members of GATSI and GARTSI that they had not fully participated in this process for whatever reason. And so this is just making the task force truly look at whether they should be merged and come back to us with a report of we recommend merger or we recommend not merging.
Thank you. So there was a motion and a second by Counselor Bassan. There was an open, and now we have Vice President Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. It's just a clarification. It reads that the task force shall prepare a report and recommendation to the administration and city council by no later than July of 26. The way that reads is they have to have it no later than the 1st of July. So can they get this done if it reads the way it is in 2 weeks?
Who's the question for?
The sponsors.
Sponsors.
There's 2 of them.
Thank you, Madam President. So that was in the original bill. It doesn't say the 1st of July, it just says by July. And so I would say that they have about a month and a half to do that, which seems reasonable to me, but open to differing opinions on that.
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn. I was trying to decide who I'm answering, but I think but the reference we would interpret that we need to complete it by the end of July. I would want to make sure that the Board of Boards Task Force agrees.
Madam President, would you be able to repeat that question one more time? Sorry.
Madam President, I was just deferring to you all in terms of the Board of Boards Task Force, in terms of your interpretation that July of 2026 we just complete by the end of July 2026. It's possible to do so.
Madam President, we do have other members from the task force here as well. I believe this is old language, and that amendment did fix this and gave them 4 months after the initial meeting of the task force.
Okay. Like I said, it was just a clerical, the way I read it was no later than July, so I would interpret that as it needs to be July, so it doesn't say August. But if it's good and everybody's understanding, we're cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from councilors? Councilor Bassan, Feeblecorn, to close.
Well, Madam President, thank you, Mr. Chavez, because I did see that and I got caught off guard by it too, but at the last meeting, we did have an amendment that changed that to allow for more time because of this delay. So thank you for pointing that out. Thank you for reminding us. And with that, I will urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we are now on floor amendment labeled B in your packets would be floor amendment number 2. Councilor Baca. Councilor Baca?
Thank you. No, I think I wasn't gonna introduce this one. Yeah, no, I'm not introducing this one, Madam
Okay.
President. Thank you. I spoke with the sponsors of the previous amendment.
Okay, sounds good. So now we are back on floor sub 021 or 028 as amended once. And any questions from counselors? Oh, yeah, okay. We have 2 people signed up to speak? Okay.
Yes, we do have, Madam President, have people signed up to speak. First up is Althea Atherton, followed by Alex Applegate, followed by Melinda Montoya on Zoom.
Madam President, thank you. Well, I understand that this is following the task force recommendation. I just want to appreciate, sorry, I wrote this before the amendments, so I appreciate the amendments that are saying that it can operate as a separate board. If you look at the responses for OC 26-1, there's some good ideas about how to improve participation and efficacy of these boards, but I especially cautious to not do anything that would disempower vulnerable road users the same week that the Governor's Highway Safety Association reported that we had a 50% increase in cyclist fatalities this year, and that the Smart Growth America's Dangerous by Design report came out, and while we've made some progress on pedestrian fatalities, until we reach Vision Zero, we still have significant work to do. We need all minds at the table to do it. I also want to make sure that someone from Bernalillo County is invited to this table, because I know with TAB, we have a memorandum of understanding that one of our members has to be from unincorporated Bernalillo County, and I just don't want to make sure, I want to make sure that we're not doing anything without their input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Applegate, followed by Melinda Montoya.
Madam President, councilors, my name is Alex Applegate, and I am here to let you know that GATSI is too important a committee to be combined with any other. As a member of GATSI and a longtime cyclist with well over 100,000 miles on the streets, who has been hit twice, I can tell you that a committee whose sole purpose is to protect vulnerable road users should not be sidelined with a committee dedicated to recreational trails. The purpose of GATSI is to advise the city on the needs of people who walk, bike, use mobility devices, use other people-powered transportation options, and use public transit. At a time when we are near the top of the list in the nation for pedestrian deaths and cycling deaths have doubled, it makes no sense to curtail the advice we might have given to help combat these issues. Please let GATSI stand as it is and protect our ever-growing number of vulnerable road users. The life you save might be my very own. Thank you.
Melinda Montoya.
Hi, good evening, councilors. My name is Melinda Montoya, and I serve on the Greater Albuquerque Active Transportation Committee, but I'm speaking tonight as an individual and not on behalf of the committee. I support the amendment, so thank you for bringing that forward. Because GATSI and GARTSI are two very different committees. GATSI is really a policy and transportation advisory board, while GARTSI is going to be more focused on recreational trails. There is certainly overlap, but they are not interchangeable. If the goal of this task force is to conduct a thoughtful review of effectiveness, structure, responsibilities, then the outcome should not be predetermined. The task force should have the ability to conclude that a merger is appropriate, but it should also have the ability to conclude that maintaining two separate committees is better serving the public. So allowing both options does not prevent future consolidation. It just simply ensures the review is objective, evidence-based, and informed by the expertise of the members doing the work. So I respectfully ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any questions, comments from the councilors? Seeing none, Councilor Bassan to close.
I urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Tejas?
Yes.
President Pena?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam
So-
President?
Committee of the Whole Chair Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to make a motion to reconsider our 2643.
Second.
So on the table now, we have a motion to reconsider R 2643. Is there any discussion on this? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a question. So we're wanting to reconsider R 2643?
Yes.
Okay. And then that would mean we also have to bring back O 2642? Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. So seeing no discussion, there's a motion and a second on the floor for reconsideration of R 43, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Vice President Champagne?
No.
Councilor Feeblehorn?
No.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Rogers?
No.
Councilor Tejas?
No.
President Pena?
Yes.
It fails on a 4-5 vote.
Madam President,
Councilor Rogers.
personal privilege, I'd like to explain my vote. We didn't let people do public comment on R42. Everybody left, and in the darkness of night, we're going to reconsider something. Again, that's a value. That's why I vote no to extend the meeting, so we don't do the business of the city and do these types of shenanigans in the middle of the night. So thank you. That's why I'm saying no.
Councilor Bassan.
Madam President, we did let people speak on that particular bill, and it was also part of why I said I would not move the ordinance tonight, and we would allow for it to be heard in August when we came back. So, thank you.
So just before we go back, I'll just add too, since I am a sponsor of the bill as well. So we did allow for comment on this. So we've done all the public comment. The only thing that would be deferred is the other bill.
Madam President, point of order, we took a vote.
So that motion fails. And with no further business, is there a question? Yeah, sorry.
Madam President, we're not going to go into other business, so we just need to let the
Oh, I'm so
public know.
sorry. Okay. If you have it in front of you, Counselor. Nope, that's not it. I think that's the old one. So sorry. We will not be moving into executive session this evening to discuss NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1, H2, discussion of limited personnel matter pertaining to the Inspector General investigation of City Attorney. Thank you so much. And with that, this meeting.
Madam President, just one thing, point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Quickly, I'll be fast because I know everybody wants to go home, but I just really quickly want to say something. Week after week, we talk about transparency, oversight, community involvement, and ensuring public dollars deliver meaningful public benefits. And the amendments I brought forward tonight on 038 and 025 were not intended to stop redevelopment or economic development or create unnecessary bureaucracy. They were intended to strengthen public trust through clear expectations, objective evaluation criteria, transparency in decision-making, and mechanisms to measure whether promised outcomes are achieved. I remain supportive of redevelopment and economic development in Albuquerque. I simply believe that accountability, transparency, fiscal stewardship should be part of that work from the beginning and not after problems arrive. I'm very disappointed by the efforts to establish reasonable guardrails around economic development and redevelopment incentives that are used by public dollars. And I just want everybody to know that we have a fiduciary duty for fiduciary stewardship and legislative oversight. And thank you, everyone, for supporting accountability. And those, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Seeing no further business, this council meeting is adjourned.